Agenda and apologies for this morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the Minister and Deputy Minister and colleagues. Chairperson, in front of us, we have the agenda for the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, we will have the opening and welcome, the adoption of the agenda and apologies, briefing by the Auditor-General, on the outcomes of the annual report of the NYDA 2024-25. We will have remarks by the Honorable Minister, briefing by the NYDA on the 2024-25 annual report, briefing by the ARC on the 2024-2025 annual report, overview of the NYDA board's first 6 months in office, discussions, adoption of the NCGBVF report, and closure. Chairperson, in terms of apologies, I have not received any apologies from honorable members, but there is an apology from the Deputy Minister who has requested that she will be leaving the meeting early at around 12:30. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Silly, and let me also take this opportunity to thank you for the work that you've done in preparation for this meeting. I also would like to inform members that Ms. Silly takes on the responsibility of the acting committee secretary this morning. Colleagues, in front of you is the agenda. I also want to greet the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Deputy Minister, the leadership of the NYDA present, the team from the Auditor-General, our support team, and all guests, all South Africans that are following us online. Honourable members, the agenda is before you. Can I please ask for a mover and a seconder, please? Honourable Shabangu.
Good morning, Chair. I move for adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Can I please take a hand for a seconder?
Chair.
Honourable Pulwane.
Good morning, Chair, Honourable Minister, DM, and all our guests. I second the move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, may I check with you whether you would like to make your opening remarks now or whether you would do them as per the agenda after the report of the Auditor-General's team?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honourable members. Can I do that after the briefing by the Auditor-General? My remarks as per the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. I will also make out that we've got a very busy and very full meeting this morning, so I would like to appeal to all our presenters to stick to the time slots that you have been allocated as per the agenda. So I'm now going to hand over.
Honourable Member, I'm not sure video. My name is Sizwe Ngumalo, the business unit in also have Annelisa Majolo, who's also in the organizations.
Actually, count just with the two institute oversight responsibilities. On this slide, what I would like to start maybe with the Ministerial, where we say that this organization is country democracy by enabling oversight ability and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building a public confidence. So this is one such example with the results of the work that you would have done, which will include the insights and basically the report of what you would have done to allow yourself to actually provide your oversight or exercise your oversight. Chair, on the right, that cycle, this is just our inspiration as the Auditor-General, wherein we reflect that we inspire for public institutions that perform, that are accountable, that are transparent and with institutional integrity as well. Not to dwell too much on this one, but it's just to reflect that we would like to see the institutions that perform such that the lived realities of the South Africans are felt in a positive way, Chair. And accountable to the public, and through reporting to ensure that what they do is transparent, especially as far as it relates to their compliance with the relevant compliance with relevant legislation and prescripts. And of course, this must be done through, by officials that are ethical, that will always perform in the best interest of the institution, avoiding conflicts of interest. On the next slide, Chair, I think you are familiar with this one. I'm not going to dwell too much on it, but it has to also reflect that the role players within the ecosystem include, of course, the management, senior management, and everyone that would have contributed to the financial statements or the annual report that is being tabled to yourselves. And of course, we as the Auditor-General come in to just ensure that we provide, we do our work to ensure that we provide insights such that we influence those that need to make decisions, such as yourselves, Chair. And then where we are not able to do that, we may sort to utilize our recently amended PAA through enforcement. So you are one of the very important role player in the ecosystem, and this platform should provide yourself with that, wherein you will be able to then also contribute towards making or at least achieving our aspiration of seeing this institution working effectively and improving lives of the citizens. On the next slide, Chair, we bring then the overall audit outcomes. We're just reflecting basically 5 years in this regard. You note, Chair, that I think on the first block, we are just reflecting then in terms of the 3 audit areas that we perform, which is the annual performance, annual financial, we audit the annual financial information, annual financial statements. We audit compliance subject matters or themes. We then audit performance information as well. So we are just reflecting that the first 3 years of this 5-year cycle, NYDA, of course, would have had clean audits wherein there were no material findings identified on performance, on compliance, and there were no, findings identified on the annual financial statements. However, in the prior year, you'd remember, Chair, there was then a qualification area on the payables or trade payables from exchange transactions. And as a result, there was then a compliance a paragraph relating to the financial statements not being prepared in accordance with GRAP. There was also a compliance section relating to the late submission of the financial statements last year. And of course, NYDA was able to keep their no significant findings on performance information. And again, this year, you'll also note a amber or a yellow color where we're reflecting on the financial statement that there was a slight improvement then in terms of the overall outcomes of the institution, wherein the qualification area was resolved, it was addressed. And I think we also just reflect on one of the blocks here, what would have led to that. However, in terms of compliance, again, there was a late submission of financial statement, as well as we also identified some material findings as well on the financial statements. I think there were 2. And then, of course, as far as AOPO is concerned, we are not reporting any material findings. The first block, Chair, on your left, we're just reflecting then those 2 areas of compliance that were identified. The first one being the fact that the financial statements were not submitted for auditing within the prescribed period after end of the financial year, which is 31st May. The financials were submitted in August, hence this late reporting to yourselves. Then the second one was we are indicating that the financial statements were not prepared in accordance with GRAP. So this is where then we had identified those material findings that eventually management corrected. So the impact of that, Chair, of the late submission of apps is basically that it delays then such a process where the oversight by the executive authority as well as the portfolio committee needs to happen. So that was the main basically an impact of one of the compliance paragraphs that we reflect. And then, Chair, on the first block on my right, we reflect then the financial health. So we raised in our audit report concerns related to material uncertainty relating to going concern. There were a number of indicators, negative indicators in this case. We're reflecting on the fact that there was increase in deficit from 44.6 million to 69.7 million. The current liabilities exceed current assets by 78.6 million. Total asset exceed total liabilities exceed total assets by 29 million. And then in the last month of the year, the agency was unable to settle its short-term obligations due to cash flow challenges. So Chair, I think this is one area that we also were concerned about, and we did reflect in our overall message in terms of your role that, in terms of the oversight role they can play to just improve the audit outcomes as well as the financial health of the institution. Chair, the fact that NYDA has actually improved from the qualified audit outcome in terms of the financial statements audit to unqualified was due to the fact that the finance team went through a rigorous process, a very intense process where they went back to analyze the full data of the trader and other payables account. They understood the significant errors or significant root causes as well that occurred in the prior, and then they followed a structured process to make those corrections. And I think it was a very extensive exercise, and we really commend them for that. On the next slide, Chair, we are then reflecting on, just see, on the next slide. Yes, so Chair, this is on financial statements. So we're just reflecting then in terms of the items that would have resulted in one of the compliance matters related to GRAP. The fact that in terms of the internal controls, you will note that on the first block, we are reflecting on proper record keeping, daily and monthly controls, in-year and year-end reporting, review, and monitor compliance. So our evaluation of the internal controls within the financial systems and reporting as a unit, or I would say controls, we noted that for proper record keeping and daily controls, we are rating that as concerning. This is due to a number of findings that we have identified, Chair, that would have been as a result of control deficiencies that were efficient. And of course, in year-end reporting, we also identified a findings that were then related to the financial statements that were submitted to us. The two that were material related to contingent liabilities and related parties. So the bar graph in the middle reflects the fact that when the financial statements were submitted for audit, They contained those material misstatements. However, management successfully corrected those, and then you will see then a green bar or after, like which just reflect that after then the financial statements were then credible. So the impact of this is the fact that when the financial statements are not correct, it may then impact the institution's ability to produce good quality financial statements for audit. And I think in the previous slide we had indicated that the impact of incorrect reporting does then reflect or does then have a negative impact in terms of the reliability of the information. But then ultimately they were able to make those corrections. Part of what then contributed to that, the right-hand side block reflects the fact that the vacant position of the CFO, which would have been vacant from the start of the 24-25 year, was then filled. So that's the CFO position, and a couple of other vacant positions within the finance division were also filled. And I think we then saw a significant then shift in terms of ensuring that some of the items, some of the findings we have identified last year, they were corrected. So in this regard, then the management spent time in assessing and analyzing the root causes that led to the prior year qualification, and they made and processed those qualifications. Of course, they would have needed a very long time, hence they submitted the financial statements late. We're also reflecting that the audit committee provided oversight, wherein they were sort of monitoring management's progress in as far as addressing the prior qualification area. This would have proved then to be successful, hence then there was a correction. Chair, on the next slide, we then reflect on performance information. So here again, it's the same kind of picture where we say when management submitted the financial the annual performance report, it contained a material misstatement on one indicator, being a number of youth, of young people capacitated with skills to enter the job market. So this was where the listing or the report generated did not agree to the number that was reported in the annual performance report. This was, however, subsequently corrected by management. Hence, after the audit, the report was credible. We also reflect then in terms of the observation, in terms of the prior year, we noted in the performance information that there were no material findings we identified. The findings that we identified, they say, were not recurring. There were new findings which management could actually deal with. The impact of this then is the fact that the performance information was only credible after adjustments, indicating that in-year reporting processes are not yet fully effective and may negatively affect decision-making, Chair. And then the root cause for that would have been lack of adequate reviews to ensure that reported performance information is consistent with the supporting schedules. Chair, on the next slide, I think the reason why NYDA would have submitted their financial statement late may have also been influenced by the challenges that the institution was facing as far as financial records were concerned, being influenced by the issues on ERP. We reflect on this slide that the Chief Information Officer remains accountable to ensuring that the technology platforms are secured, supported, and compliant. Weaknesses in governance oversight, particularly over ERP implementation and stabilization, have contributed to the current IT control environment. So what we found in the current year, Chair, We on the ERP, especially the finance module, we performed a high level through our ISA audits. We performed a high level benefit realization assessment. We found that the agency is not yet realizing the full benefit of the ERP system. Inconsistent ERP implementation with incomplete rollout, where some modules are not yet fully operational, and management reverted to use the legacy system, which is Great Plains, for producing the annual financial statements that we audited. It was due to ERP system financial module failure to produce reliable, complete, and accurate accounting data. This was particularly on the trade and other payables, or the payables module, Chair, and of course across some of the items in the financial statements. And then the review of the NYDA's network and infrastructure environment revealed continued use of outdated and unsupported operating systems and database, including Windows Server 2012 R2, Windows Server 2016, SQL Server 2012, and so I think here we're just reflecting that some of the system are outdated, posing a risk of continuity and data integrity in cases where data can be contaminated due to that or lost. Then the third bullet point, we're reflecting that the overall IT general controls environment has shown significant deterioration, particularly due to weak user access management, inadequate periodic review and user permission on key systems, ERP and Great Plains applications. So some of the root causes then of the findings we've noted was that there's lack of adequate comprehensive post-implementation review of the ERP system, determined which modules functioned were not delivered as expected, insufficient assurance over stability and readiness of ERP system implemented to replace a legacy system, resulted in management reverting to those legacy platforms and continued reliance on unsupported infrastructure. The impact of this, Chair, is that the continued use of unsupported operating systems and database platform to run critical financial and payroll system renders the agency vulnerable to information security and operational continuity risks. ERP systems is not realizing its intended full benefit, and this may result in inefficient use of resources. The agency continues to incur cost on the legacy systems such as Great Plains and VIP. So the reflection is that in order for the institution to be able to produce the financial statements that we are presenting here, they actually had to abandon the ERP system and go back to the legacy system, Great Plains, and hence then it took a very long time for them to produce the financial statements that we could audit. On the next slide, Chair, during our audit, we identified audit of expenditure as well as audit of the compliance with procurement prescripts, as well as the audit of budget versus actual. We identified 3 findings, Chair. So in these findings, we noted the items that would potentially be result in irregular expenditure. The first one being irregular expenditure amounting to 3.7 million due to bid procedures misinterpretation on sourcing of quotations from the panel of suppliers. So this is where there were non-compliances relating to how the institution was sourcing or was actually procuring from their appointed panel. So I think we identified some inconsistencies that resulted in non-compliance. And then, of course, when we also audited the budget versus actual, we noted that there was an overspending by 20.7 million. And then on audit of expense, particularly travel, Chair, we noted that there is a requirement that for each travel, there should be a pre-approve. This is required by the treasurer, National Treasurer's regulations. Chair, for the items that we selected and audited across our expenditure testing, there was no evidence of such, and then we identified, then we noted and then reported those findings, Chair. However, when we reported the findings, management did not agree with the findings, and of course they provided support which was not sufficient for us to resolve the finding, and then through the accounting authority, the institution then instituted a dispute process wherein, in terms of the reporting compliance and reporting framework of National Treasury, they are allowed to dispute AG findings through National Treasury. So these findings then were then subjected to that process, wherein by the time we reported, management had then communicated their dispute to Treasury, and we had then to conclude the audit on that basis. And as per the framework, then the entity was then required to report these instances under Part E of the annual report as irregular expenditure under assessment. I think maybe before I move on to the next slide, our follow-up on this, at this stage, we had not, management indicated that they had not received any responses from National Treasury. On the next slide, Chair, this is a conclusion, Chair. So this is our message to your portfolio committee, wherein we reflect the key root causes, key recommendations, and we also provide, I would say, the commitments or the overall message as far as the outcomes of the current year are concerned related to NYDA. On key root causes, we indicating the instability in key financial reporting positions and lack of timeous filling of key vacancies. But I might as well say that there was an appointment of a CFO towards the close of the year, and then there was also an appointment of the CEO, I think, later on. But these were the root causes that we wanted to reflect. And then we also reflect lack of due diligence over reviews of financial statements and performance information, hence those findings that we had reported above, Chair. And then the two relate then to the information systems. The first one, insufficient assurance over stability and readiness of the ERP system, lack of proper monitoring and reporting of ERP implementation, progress to relevant governance structures to ensure that ERP delivers. We also then reflect the recommendation, Chair, where we're saying tracking and monitoring of them. So this is where then the institution will normally develop audit action plans to ensure that those are monitored, to ensure that the root causes of the findings that we identified on financial statements and reporting are then reported, are then addressed. So this should be then monitored within the institution, and also through the relevant then oversight through audit committee, as well as this body as well. The second one, implement controls over daily and monthly processing and reconciling of transactions. So this is related to financial and performance information. Establishment of governance processes to regularly assess system life cycle status and ensure timely planning for future and end of support dates. Document a structured remedial action with clear timelines, accountability, and risk mitigation strategy to complete ERP rollout. So I think these two, Chair, they relate to IT environment. So I think it talks to the implementation of systems within the institution. It is to say where NYDA going forward would be rolling out the IT systems, whether still ERP or others, there should be these regular assessment of life cycle status. So this control should be in place to ensure that the rollout is consistently monitored and assessed as to whether it's still going to achieve what the institution intends to achieve, and where the institutions need to respond to certain risks that may render the system obsolete, or whatever development issues are identified, the institution can respond timely. And then the last recommendation, Chair, then talks to internal audit to play a bigger role to ensure that the quality of the performance and the financial reports improve. So this is just to ensure that the audit committee perhaps enhances their processes and ensure that the gaps that will ultimately be identified by Auditor-General are limited or are reduced by ensuring that their processes are effective and efficient, to ensure that as soon as the reports come to the auditor, to the external audit for review, are at least accurate, or whatever findings we identified are not material. So, Chair, the overall message, so we're saying while the institution improved in terms of the audit outcomes, so this is in relation to the financial part of the outcomes where it's unqualified, but however, we still have things that we would like this the portfolio committee to actually focus on their attention on, as far as this portfolio, or at least this institution within the portfolio is concerned. So the first one is measures taken to improve the financial health and cash flow challenges of the institution. So I think, as I said when I was presenting the financial health situation in the third slide, it is for this body and other responsible parties within the ecosystem to find ways to ensure that the financial health situations or challenges are actually resolved within the institution. The second one, we say measures put in place to improve IT governance and structure to address issues within the IT environment and systems, and effectively manage IT-related risks. So this is just what I also almost expanded on the key recommendations, wherein the attention should be placed then on IT governance, especially in cases where NYDA would like to source a different system, or would maybe aim to improve the current ERP system. We then emphasize that the relevant role players in the ecosystem should just then make sure such is monitored and the related risks that are identified are addressed timely. The last one, then we say monitoring and tracking of quarterly performance reports and interim financial reports to ensure timeliness and quality submissions. NYDA promised us, I think when we were presenting our audit outcomes, I would say the audit report and the management board report to them, that is one of the things they would do to just ensure that the fine things that we noted on financial statements are reduced, or at least that there are no material findings identified, is that they will prepare interim financial statements. And I think at this stage, my recollection is that that's what the institution is aiming to do. Yeah, Chair, I think this was the last slide on our side. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mpemba, and thank you very much to the entire Auditor-General team. And thank you for the good work that you continue to do in support of our democracy. Colleagues, this was the AG's report. Of course, you will use what the AG flagged in your engagements with the NYDA. We've got about 10 minutes left. We are not going to engage with the report. I think it is quite clear. But if there are any questions of clarity from any honourable member, then I would allow that. If you've got any questions of clarity at this stage. Honourable Lonzi. Good morning, Honourable Lonzi. Welcome to you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to members. Just a quick one, Chair. On the irregular expenditure, the AG says they got a finding, and then the NYDA is contesting that finding, and then sort of leaves that point hanging by saying it's under assessment. I'd appreciate if the AG can go deeper into that. I'm not convinced. I mean, when we look at how much time has passed since the AG got that finding and the NYDA contested that finding, I would expect that at this stage, at least there will be some development in terms of getting to the bottom of what happened. I mean, we're not talking about small money here. We're talking about 71 million rands. So I'm a bit confused when it remains under assessment. I want to believe that there's more that we can get out of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Lonzi. I see the hand of Bongane, Honourable Khadebe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hey, I'm still struggling with my device, but I will get used to it. Sorry for being late. Actually, I wanted to get the full report, but I've gone through to a presentation NYDA. I wanted to ask specifically for irregular expenditure. All over the media, there was that expenditure that's okay. I think it was a trip, they call it a luxury trip for NYDA. Is it true that they spent that 1 million for just a meet and greet? Is it true? I'd like to get that. Because if it's true, I don't think it's correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Chauke Adonis, you'll be the last one. Good morning to you, Honourable Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And through you, may I humbly request that I do keep my camera off for better connectivity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, the leadership of the department and the NYDA and honourable members and those from the AG. Chairperson, in terms of engaging, I really do appreciate what has been put before us. And in terms of the audit finding, my understanding is that NYDA did not incur any irregular and fruitless expenditure. If I can just be clarified on that, that's number one. And then number two, in terms of the recommendation that has been made by the AG, can they please just clarify on the issue of vacancies? These recommendations of vacant posts, what has been done since the recommendation has been put forward? Is the AG aware whether the NYDA has put a strategy in place or whether they've acted on filling up those critical posts within the NYDA? And perhaps through the analysis as the AG, if they can just give us clarity on whether they've analyzed what the impact of some of the audit findings would be in terms of negative implications or effects on the NYDA's administration and functionality in terms of implementing its constitutional mandate. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. I see. Okay. I'm going to hand back to you, AG team, just to give us quick responses, please. To you, Mr. Ntuli.
Thank you, Chair. Before I bring in Mr. Ntuli, so on the first question on irregular expenditure that is under assessment. So when we raised the matter and then it was disputed and sent to National Treasury as per the PFMA compliance framework. So the last time we followed up, the National Treasury had not responded on the matter to finally close the matter. But normally it's given, I think normally the time is about 3 to 4 months to conclude the matter. So, but when we followed up, that matter was not yet concluded from the National Treasury point of view. But the time we were concluding the audit last year, we had escalated these findings and raised these findings. And then I think it leads to the question, the other question on the NYDA not having incurred fruitless irregular expenditure in their financial statements. So what normally happens as per the PFMA compliance framework from the National Treasury is if the auditors identify issues of irregular expenditure and then management disputes or disagree with that finding from the Auditor-General, they are allowed to take the matter and escalate it to the National Treasury. So when they do that, that irregular expenditure then is not recorded in the financial statements. Hence, you'll see, Honorable Member, that it would have been zero in the annual financial statements for 24-25. However, the matter was raised and escalated to National Treasury. So when National Treasury responds on the matter and we conclude for this year, and National Treasury agrees with the findings of the Auditor-General, then the matter then will have to be disclosed in the annual financial statements. And then, Mr. Ntuli, if you can assist with the luxury trip of 1 million, I think my understanding it was in the current year, that is yet to be audited, but Mr. Ntuli, you can just assist with that. And then also on the filling of vacancies, Mr. Ntuli, if you can cover that as well. Over to you, Thabo.
No, thank you so much, Dave Bull. On the first one, on the trip, Chair, it's one of the findings that we are following up on as far as the current year's 25-26 audit risk is concerned. So we've identified that, and currently we are then going to respond to it in the current year's audit, Chair. So it didn't form part of the audit that we had just concluded and are reporting on in the current year, Chair. But of course, we are addressing and basically are looking to actually address such issues, and that one is included as well. In terms of the vacancies, Chair, you note that what we actually reflected on as far as the report, as far as that slide or the message to the portfolio committee is concerned, the key root causes, we reflected on instability of key financial reporting positions. So those were that was the true statement is at the end of 24-25. So for a longest time there was a vacant post on the CFO position, but it was appointed then later on during that year. So that member was then addressed in terms of the CFO position, and then the filling of the CEO position, which then became vacant by 31st March, was then concluded in the year that is oncoming, 25-26. So as far as then the response is concerned, yes, there has been progress as far as the filling of at least those critical vacancies is concerned, Chair. Thanks. I think those are the questions I was asked to respond. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mpemba. Thank you very much, Mr. Nxumalo and your team. We are most grateful for the information that you have given the Portfolio Committee this morning, and we will indeed take your recommendations seriously and also the guidance that you have given us. And you are free to stay with us, and we will definitely be inviting you back to address some of the issues going forward. Honourable members, as I've already greeted all of you, I've greeted the Honourable Minister, I've greeted the Honourable Deputy Minister, leadership of the NYDA, our acting DG of our Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, our support team and all South Africans following us on the virtual media platforms. We meet today to receive the annual report for the NYDA for the year 2024-2025, which was tabled to Parliament on the 14th of January 2026, a number of months late. It also distressingly paints an entity that once had 9 clean audits, now unable to achieve clean audits once more, as we have just heard from the AG. I would also like to start where I started with our first meeting now quite a few months ago. During that meeting, honourable members, we indicated to the NYDA that we felt quite proud that for the first time in parliamentary history, all political parties supported this new board. This meant that they carry with them the support of all constituencies in Parliament, and we also told you, board chairperson and your board members, that you should not take this support for granted. We gave you simple marching orders during that meeting. We said, don't be politicians, don't spend excessive amounts of taxpayer monies on travel, And don't spend too much time on events. We said be practical and focused with your interventions. Spend every cent advancing the interests of young people across the length and breadth of our country. However, disappointingly, it looks like our support has been taken for granted, and it looks like our advice and guidance was not taken on board. I've received quite a number of complaints, board chairperson, from aggrieved young South Africans who queried the participation of the NYDA in the January 8 activities. Moreover, the negative media publicity that the entity is attracting is also a cause for concern, in particular as it pertains to the chairperson's travel, which has now been flagged by the AG, and the allegation that you mistreated persons with disabilities at the January 8 activities. I think we would need to get a clarification about that later this morning. Honourable members, the NYDA Act is quite clear that board members must have no conflict of interest. With at least one of the 7 board members now elected to hold public office after they were appointed, it raises the question as to how we will comply with these provisions while also acting without fear, favour or prejudice. Let me be very clear that a compromised and ineffective NYDA is not what we signed up for. We will not accept it. And it's my hope that we will be frank and honest with each other this morning to find answers to some of the questions that the honourable members might have. I acknowledge that today's session will not be enough, and we look forward to a full day session with the new board of the NYDA later in April. I'm now going to hand over to you, Honourable Minister, to make your introductory remarks, and then we'll hand over to the NYDA leadership by 10 o'clock. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm just showing my face, but I will request that I switch off the camera for maybe better network.
No problem, Honourable Minister. I did the same because I'm also struggling with my video. When it's on, it gives an intermittent connection. So please proceed.
Thank you. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honourable Lizel Merve, Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Ms. Mapaseka Steve Litsike, Chief Director for Youth Program in the Department, Dr. Benis, NYDA Executive Chairperson, Dr. Sunshine Miende, Executive Deputy Chairperson, Mr. Bonga Makanya, non-executive board members of the NYDA, CEO, Mr. Ndumiso Kupeka, senior members of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as of the NYDA, Portfolio Committee staff, content advisors, researchers. Also, let me also acknowledge the presence of the AG of South Africa representatives. Honourable Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the 2024-25 annual report of the National Youth Development Agency to the Portfolio Committee. This report is presented against the backdrop of a defining national milestone, the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Youth Uprising. It is fitting that we reflect on the NYDA's performance during a year in which our nation honors the courage and sacrifice of the generation that fundamentally altered the course of our history. One of the greatest achievements of South Africa's youth since the dawn of democracy has been the establishment of the NYDA through the merger of the National Youth Commission and the Umsobovu Youth Fund, an institutional expression of our commitment to placing young people at the center of national development. The NYDA is an institution that is steadily strengthening its governance, improving its execution, and expanding its developmental impact. It consistently provides a transparent account of the progress made in delivering on its mandate while acknowledging the broader socioeconomic pressures facing young people in our country. This reporting period demonstrates how effective planning, strengthened oversight, and strategic partnerships can translate into measurable outcomes for the youth of South Africa. Honourable Chairperson, accept our sincere apologies for the delayed submission of this critical accountability report. In terms of Section 65(1)(a) of the PFMA, the executive authority responsible for a public entity is mandated to table in the National Assembly the annual report, financial statement, and the audit report on those statements within 1 month after the accounting authority for the public entity received the audit report. Chairperson, in the letter that we wrote requesting the late tabling, we did explain the reasons for the delay. And this morning, the Auditor-General has also reiterated in his presentation the reasons. We are committing that such delay will not happen again. Honorable members, I'm pleased to report to this committee that the NYDA achieved an improved audit outcome from the Auditor-General of South Africa, progressing from a qualified opinion in the previous financial year, that is 2023-2024, to an unqualified audit outcome. Importantly, the agency cleared the prior year qualification and maintained zero as far as the report that we have, irregular and wasteful expenditure, which of course right now has been raised. And of course for us, this signal improved internal controls, strengthened financial discipline, and responsible stewardship of public resources. However, Chairperson, the Auditor-General raised some matters of concern in terms of the unqualified audit opinion. The agency has come up with a matrix that shows matters that have been eliminated, and the agency is making good progress in this regard. We were informed, and I think the Portfolio Committee will be informed by the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, that the entity is en route to receiving a clean audit. And that is what we are working towards, even as the department working together with the agency. The alignment. Also, in addition, Chairperson, the NYDA achieved 100% of its 29 annual performance plan targets. The alignment between planning and delivery reflects a maturing institution that understands the importance of accountability and measurable performance. Honorable members, this is a commendable achievement that I believe deserves this committee's recognition. Honorable Chairperson, it is also pivotal to report to this important committee that all critical governance structures required to uphold sound governance and sustainability have been put in place. The NYDA now have a fully constituted board. The CEO was appointed. The entity held its inaugural annual general meeting in December 2025. The Honorable Minister, as the shareholder, is now communicating with the board as the accounting authority on matters emanating from the quarterly reports that they submit to the ministry and of course to the National Treasury. The board has also constituted the board committees. This stability is very much welcomed and is important. Chairperson, the agency intensified its fundraising efforts and secured provincial and local youth development funds in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Free State. These partnerships have expanded financial support mechanisms and demonstrate growing confidence in the NYDA's implementation capacity. Diversifying funding sources remains essential to scaling impact and extending reach, particularly in underserved communities. Honorable Member, meaningful progress in governance, accountability, and program delivery. However, the scale of youth unemployment, inequality, and spatial exclusion remains significant. Rural youth, young persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups continue to require targeted and sustained support. The NYDA will continue to strengthen coordination across government and ensure that youth development remains central to national planning and implementation, as the department will remain committed to supporting the agency in deepening its impact, strengthening oversight, and expanding access to opportunity for all young people. Chairperson, I just want to say something. The NYDA traveling to New York, both in March last year and in September, it was per the invitation by the minister. The March travel to CSW was as a result of the fact that the CSW that year was focusing on women and youth. And therefore, the NYDA became an important role player in ensuring that they are first exposed to what happens in CSW, but they also support the minister with information. First, you was attending for the first time, but also it was relevant for them to be part of the minister's delegation. So it was not that the NYDA or the chairperson of the board on her own decided to travel to New York, but it was per the invitation of the minister. The same thing again with the September travel. It was per the invitation of the minister because the minister had also been invited by the president as matters were pertaining in the main for that UNGA to women, and NYDA is also responsible for young women. So there's not been any trip undertaken by NYDA to New York outside the invitation by the minister. I just want to also explain, Chairperson, that the traveling, the 1 million rand, is against the US dollars. When you leave South Africa and you book in any of the flight, you don't pay with the rand, you pay with the US dollars. And the bookings that happen at the time of such big conferences in any part of the world, but in particular in New York, the prices, they get inflated and you have no control over that. Sometimes, Chairperson, a room will cost 40,000 rand per night, a standard room. It's either you book or you don't book. There is no way with the 1 million rand, the chairperson could have actually been booked in a 5-star hotel with the delegation that was there, because that would have actually escalated not to just 1 million rand, but to even 3 million rand. That is the cost of being there. It was not also for them just to be there to greet and come back. We came back, Chairperson, having signed an MOU with the I Am the Code organization that is recruiting young people to be trained on coding, robotics, etc. 600,000 positions were given to South Africa, and that is what we are working on. And that happened with the support of the NYDA being there to assist and to also support the minister as we're engaging on that and signing the MOU. We had meetings with the ministers and also other delegations from other countries. If there's one thing that makes this CSW worth attending, is that you have the whole world together. And therefore, anything that you want to engage and you want probably to have the support of your country, you have everybody there. And that is why not only did they attend the meetings with the minister, which was important, Chairperson, but they also had their own meetings that they attended. With the program that we had at the CSW, which we were discussing every morning, we're able also to send them to other meetings to represent South Africa where we could not be present. And therefore their attendance of a CSW against what we brought back to South Africa. The 600,000 Chairperson is worth $9,000 US per person. That is what we brought back to South Africa, and that is what we are working upon. And we have already engaged the Minister of Basic Education to say we can start with the training of the teachers that are there, because they have the curriculum on robotics and coding, so that we can start rolling it out. We're just waiting for those logistic issues for us to start that. And therefore, I don't think that also, Chair, I don't believe that the NYDA will only look for opportunities for young people within the country. They have a responsibility to also seek opportunities for young people in the continent, but around the world. And that is why we meet with a plethora of people that are there, so that when we come back, we're able to say, this is what we're pursuing. The Brazil, for instance, on agro-processing, we are pursuing that. The UAE, for instance, on the training of the young people that they are offering for countries of the world, we are pursuing that so that we can send our young people to there. All these are outcomes of this CSW meeting that the minister had invited the entity to attend. We're going to CSW again this time around, Chairperson, and I think you are aware. We have invited NYDA to accompany us. And it cannot be seen as waste when they have got to be there also with their own programs, with our programs, as we have extended the invitation to the committee, but also to the, of course, civil society organizations that some request us to invite, etc., so that they form the delegation. I just want to say that, Chairperson, that I don't believe it is fair to say they were there just to waste South Africa's money. 1 million versus 600,000 times 9,000 US dollars can never be a 1 million rand. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We welcome your introductory remarks and those clarifications, and we will further engage on this matter. We appreciate that you have given us an indication that there was a return in the investment that we made, and the clarification around the dollar spent or dollar rand exchange. But the question that arises is really why the chairperson travelled with 3 staff members. I think that is one of the issues that has been flagged. But I think it's one of the issues we will engage on when we get to that time for questions, answers, and engagements. I'm going to hand over to the board chair, and board chair will then lead a team in terms of the engagements. It's now 10:05. Within the next hour, we should complete the overview of the annual report, the Audit Risk Committee presentation, and also the overview of the successes, challenges, and work done by the board over the 6 months in office. So let me hand over to you, to Dr. Miende. Good morning to you and your team.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not sure if my camera, if you can see me, but can I request that I close my video?
No problem. We've seen you. You can close your video.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself once again, all honorable members present, the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, the Executive Deputy Chairperson, Mr. Bonga Makanya, the entire board of the NYDA, the CEO, the entire team from the NYDA Portfolio Committee staff, and all young South Africans that are watching today. Thank you for the opportunity to reflect on the work of the National Youth Development Agency during the 2024-2025 financial year. This engagement is not intended to rehearse performance tables or compliance indicators, but to situate and place the NYDA strategically, to outline where it stands, how it has stabilized the organization, and how the board has positioned it to better serve the young people of our nation. We operate in a period defined by complexities and uncertainty. Young South Africans continue to face structural unemployment, unequal access to opportunity, and the enduring spatial divides between rural and urban communities. These domestic pressures unfold alongside geopolitical instability, economic challenges, and rapid technological shifts that reshape labor markets and education systems at speed. For many young people, opportunity falls precarious, shaped by forces far beyond the immediate control. It is within this context that we appear before this committee this morning, in a year of historical significance, as the Minister has outlined. Because of that, Honorable Chair, the narrative of this annual report is one of stabilization, providing strategic clarity and renewed institutional direction. The NYDA must not be experienced as a distant bureaucracy, but it must be experienced as an accessible partner, responsive, credible, and transformative. With that said, Honorable Chair, the CEO is going to take us through our annual report including management. The CFO is going to come in some of the sections. Mr. Monre is going to come through in the PYEI, as well as Ms. Duma, who's going to indicate on the issues of HR. I think at the end, we're also going to get a report on the board activities for the past 6 months, including the ARC report. I think thereafter, Honorable Chair, we're going to be able to respond on some of the issues that the honorable members have been raised. So CO, can you kindly take us through the annual report, but also to highlight, Honorable Chair and honorable members, that this is not the work that the NYDA, this current board has done, but we came into office and we needed to finalize the work of the outgoing board, of which we're much grateful for some of the work that we're able to do. But the commitment that we're making is that where there are areas of challenges, we have put in place mechanisms and strategies to mitigate some of the challenges that the AG has raised and some of the challenges that the ARC chair is going to allude to when he does his presentation. So I think CO, you can go ahead and fly to our presentation. So CO is going to take us through the first part, and then we're going to have Mr. Bango, who's going to take us through the second part, then have Mr. Munre, have Ms. Duma and the CFO, and then thereafter, Honorable Chair, we're going to take the ARC report and then have the board activities. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Over to you, CEO. Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NYDA, and greetings to you, Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings as well to the Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, to the Minister and the Presidency responsible for women, youth and persons with disability, the Deputy Minister and the Presidency responsible for women, youth and persons with disability, the team and the colleagues from the Auditor-General, the colleagues from the department, the Executive Chairperson, the Executive Deputy Chairperson, members of the National Youth Development Agency Board, colleagues, fellow South Africans, and of course, most importantly, the youth of South Africa. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, for the opportunity for the NYDA to present the 2024-2025 annual report. It certainly does come at an important time and demanding moment, of course, in the country's democratic journey. One where the urgency of youth unemployment and the social vulnerabilities continues to confront us with clarity and a significant level of consequence. Yet at this time, we do think, Honourable Chair, that the report that we're about to outline today does show a public institution that is starting to regain its stability, and it is on its road to recovery by strengthening the internal control systems, by significantly widening the impact of the agency on the ground, even with limited resources, but also reflecting an institution that should really turn the corner from the restoration of governance that the Minister has highlighted, the performance that and partnerships that are being deepened, delivery that is reaching young people in communities where opportunities have for far too long. And so in this presentation, Honourable Chairperson, we will be outlining, of course, the agenda as the structure of this particular presentation, which will relate, of course, most important performance information that the AG has made reference to, human resource considerations, response from management as part of the post-audit action plan, the budget review and recommendations report and the progress that has been made in that respect, and of course the corporate governance board at the time, and then finally partnerships of the institution. Next slide, Mr. Bango. I think, Honourable Chairperson, we certainly do wish to reiterate of course, our apology in the delay that the institution would have undertaken in the submission of its annual report. We do want to reiterate that the agency does remain fully committed to accountability and transparency, and that the delay should not be interpreted as an avoidance of either parliamentary or public oversight. Part of the reasons have been, of course, sufficient time was required to conclude some of the complex elements that relate to the annual financial statements that the Auditor-General would have raised, including the implications on some of the systems internally in the organization. And in order to do a thorough process, having joined the institution, we had engaged constructively the Auditor-General in setting the timelines that would ensure that we're able to complete this particular process of the 2024-25 annual report in a credible fashion, and one that also lays the foundation for the work that is to come. To further strengthen this work, Honourable Chair, the inaugural annual general meeting of the agency is another layer of strengthening governance and public accountability. And to ensure that this incidence does not happen again in the history of this incident, we have put in forward measures in the current financial year to ensure that, one, the agency is able to meet its legislative deadline. Two, the strengthened public governance and, of course, accountability measures, the timeframes that will ensure that the committee is able to exercise the necessary right over this important institution. Next slide, Mr. Bango. Chair, just of overview, just highlight the strategy that informed by the time for the period under review, which of course was around these 4 pillars, most importantly being economic development through entrepreneurship, the jobs program, the revitalization of service through the National Youth Service program, monitoring and evaluation of the integrated youth development, which does relate to the impact, the emphasis that the agency is focused, of course, as a key area of oversight by the portfolio committee. This, of course, formed a vision of the agency, which is really building a capable and inclusive and activist development agency that is responsive to the South African youth with the values of integrity, accountability, being accessible, fostering great levels of respect. Chair, the annual report itself, these would be some of the items that wished out. First, in the summary of the performance, and that indeed all targets were met, and of course there were some targets that were exceeded in the period under review, of 20 targets in this respect. And this does relate into 2% achievement of targets. This relates to the products and services that the agency offers as a true education, skills, and of course, prevent young people meaningful participation in South Africa and society. Importance, which would have been that the record of the institution have had 9 clean obviously that we would have undertaken to institution that is on its way, and there's a great commitment that is achieved. On the next slide, Mr. Bango. A common cause to the extent of the context within which we are presenting in this annual report, being the elevated levels of youth unemployment and the need for the NYDA as a national youth development in the country to really coordinate all partners in ensuring that to reflect levels of youth unemployment, but more importantly, a focus on the need rate, a precursor or as a variable that informs the youth unemployment in South Africa. And so that is the within which thinking and the design of interventions at a macro level. The impact that we've had from annual report, the focus has indeed been in ensuring that the agency does achieve its targets simultaneously, even in the period whilst closing out the books for 2024-25, having joined and also ensuring to meet simultaneously the financial year. The impact question remains at the center of the work. The potential youth employment intervention continues as what we see is an indicator of potentially a excellence and where great effort and investments need to be made in creating pathways for yes, we see the level of demand for the need of the program amongst others, but also focus on its skill in the second context, but also how do we really coordinate and the efforts that are being taken both by the public service and the private sector and civil society, really having an approach to address the development issues and people. And this, I think, is one of the ways in which focus is ongoing. As part of focus chairperson, and in really taking the guide from your committee, when reflecting on this annual report, to look at the impact of some interventions. First, we're looking at SMMEs and cooperative funding. Of the 7 funded in the period under review, we can already see that the that are funded are in the areas of farming, which deals with issues around food security, health, of course, a healthy population, important manufacturing, there's industrialized years of an indication of the reported. The focus on rural reach, Honourable Chairperson, 6 out of the 7 cooperatives came from rural areas, which does, I think, indicate that the focused work of the agency is really seeking to address some of the constraints that young people that come from rural and township areas face, and the agency really certainly serving as that enabler, that catalytic enabler in order to address some of those issues. And this, I think, Chair, it also addresses across individual entrepreneurs that in support, which are really unregistered subs, really enabling the investments being made in young people who artists want something for themselves, businesses that are registered. And so the impact focus is a lens that the agency taking quite seriously based on the guidance from the committee in this respect. Next slide, Mr. Palmer. Chair, here we really thought just on the impact of the agency in this respect. Here we have a real Msunduzi in particular, who through the programs of the agency is able to grow his welding business, of course through specialized tools in this respect, which is an that one to provide family, two is a play in a sector that one would see, still in the quite in challenge. Here, the person that participates through the work that the next slide. Chair, one would to the story of Ihora representation, who was a participant in national service, and through that particular stipend was able to start her own youth, which is now the operation. Now they are approximately 7 to feet, which I think is another signal effect of what more can be done. Way to focus for these programs to reach as many young people and drive that growth transformation story for youth in the country. Now, just overview of Program 1, so Youth Development Agency relates to administration. First being number of management reports that have been put in the year under review. That target annual hasn't been met. In this slide, Chair would like to elevate the presidential procurement spend on entities that are youth, young women, youth, well. And here this target, of course, exceeded. We do see chairs and improve. When working the broader industrial development plans of the country, we agents have a responsibility to really serve as a center of excellence how can be done by organs of state in this respect. I think the South African people at the center of that development in this respect. And so this, I think, needs to be an agent to the organizational culture strategy target, which was, of course, met, and of course, the outreach that were implemented, targeted specifically at rural areas that was met. The additional 5% have been met and exceeded funds from public and private sector. This continues to be an important one, Chair, particularly across organs of state. So it is important for the agency to really dive, particularly given some of the constraints as faced previously from a point of view, partnerships that can really meet of youth development in the country. This is also reflect the nature of partnerships that are fostered with public and private as well, relations, activities that are being facilitated. It was exceeded. This we do think that it's a because it's enable the things for youth development, the kind of pubs in achieving some of the constraints that the people are faced with, being that target as well. Slide, Mr. The implementation of our chairperson target was elevated as an important going forward over the midterm as an important area because it has an impact of service delivery to young people, the strengthening of business process optimization of all processes, and also ensuring that to have any time point time. And so this is an important annual target to me. This respect going to go ahead. This also relates, I think, to the personification strategy, which was met in the year under review. We think that leveraging partnerships are quite important. The agencies have a plan it does to warms and market strategy. So because it's able to be support across civil society, political party formations, churches, schools, and so forth. And so it becomes an important platform for the NYDA to really reach as many young people as possible. This is also, I think, enabled as well by the strategic risk register, the target being met, and that strategic risk register becoming an important anchor for the strengthening and the stability of the institution. Even people in South Africa that is able to provide them with an opportunity to enter markets that they previously would not enter into. This is strengthened as well by the non-financial business development interventions that are coupled with the funding support. That target was 22,500 in the period under review. And of course, the target was met and exceeded to 57,490 in the period under review. The program chair is also linked to the number of jobs that are created and sustained through enterprises and entrepreneurs that have been supported. The target was 7,000 in the period under review, and the target was, of course, met and exceeded to 7,100. And this chair is important because there's a commitment. And a part of the impact measurement is, of course, to demonstrate that the young people that are supported through the grant funding program, which is really a type of capital transfer funding mechanism that the agency has in the funding ecosystem in South Africa, that their commitment to jobs that are created for other young people. And so we think that this is an important base case that the agency should continue to put forward. It's an important base case, even when having partnerships and deliberations with other development finance institutions across the whole funding ecosystem around how this can be scaled up in a way that can start to create a dent on the need rate in South Africa and by implication, the youth unemployment rate in South Africa. But finally, the number of beneficiaries that have been supported through the development support services, such as assisting them to be able to have their compliance in place, the registrations of their businesses, the accounting records to be in place so that they can get further funding over that the NYDA is unable to support them with. That target was 1,500 in the period under review, and of course was met and exceeded at 1,520 in the period under review. Chair, part of the recommendations from the portfolio committee was really a greater focus on the segregation of data. And the attempt here, Chairperson, has been to really indicate from a gender and, of course, persons with disability point of view, what had been the breakdown in the period under review. And here we do see, Chair, that in this period, over 1,100 were males supported, 930 were females, and, of course, persons with disability at 22. And, of course, in this period under review, we do have the view that it was relatively low, in particular for persons with disability, and that is why we have since launched that disability strategy, which we'll report on in the future, to really infuse at a programmatic level the impact on those young people. On the grants, the sectors, Chairperson, we do see that the sectors that are mostly supported through the grants program is the services industry. Here, Chair, you find young people who provide services either from, DJing commitment, young people who are providing internet cafes or shops in their communities, young people who are in the food ecosystem, security services, and the likes. And so here, Chair, we do think that it does provide us, it does really resemble the structure of the South African economy, which is, of course, knowledge intensive and services based. And so I don't think it is any surprise that this grant funding, the largest sector that is supported is the services industry, followed by, of course, farming, which we think is a strategic one, given that the average age of a farmer in South Africa is, of course, above the age of 60. So that raises a concern for the future and sustainability of the country to say there isn't a pipeline of young people that are actively in involved in agriculture as a sector. And so we do think that this is a platform to start to create that pipeline of young people that will really drive the food security needs of the country going forward and explore how that can be supported and scaled up. Thirdly, Chair, you would note manufacturing in the sector, and I do wish to really focus on these sectors because as part of the industrial policy action plans of the country, it's important that there's that alignment in terms of the work that this particular program supports. We do see manufacturing and artisans as well featuring as amongst the top funded, and so this we do think it does create a base case of what more can be done, especially when you look at the geography, which is predominantly young people in rural areas. And so there's something that we think in this period under review from a performance point of view is working, and there's greater focus in ensuring that the impact is able to be delivered in more meaningful ways, as these are areas that have the highest employment multiplier growths, and of course, in areas that previously have been sort of part of the deindustrialization story of the country. Next slide, Mr. Bao.
CEO, sorry for the interruption. I just want you to be mindful of the time and also that honourable members received the presentation. So we've read through all the slides. So as much as you can, please give us a high-level overview of the presentation, because I'm afraid if you have to specifically focus on all slides, it will take you more than your allocated time. So just all intervention. Thank you, CEO.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson, and apologies about that. I will then just, of course, focus on the salient items in this program, Chair, which are the number of young people that are being capacitated to enter the job market. Those targets have been met and succeeded, which is a greater focus going forward. Next slide, Mr. Bao. Here, Chair, I think we just, of course, on the theme of the recommendations of the committee around data segregation, we just outlined the job placement numbers and the performance in that respect, which continues to be an important one. But we do think there's an area of greater improvement in better coordinating that work across both public and private sector. Next slide, Mr. Bao. Here, Chair, we just deal with the sectors in terms of job placements. And of course, some of the geographical location that relates to where this work is being done. We do see, of course, a bias between urban and rural areas as well in this respect. The National Youth Service, Chair, perhaps with the targets that have been presented, it is clear that they are met and exceeded. But Chair, I think the NYDA, even going forward, we do think that the National Youth Service is an important enabler as part of a low-cost employment multiplier in one, strengthening the public service through the delivery of services, acknowledging that the public service does not have sufficient resources when it comes to the wage bill. But the National Youth Service, as part of the publicly funded programs in South Africa, we do think that through providing young people with opportunities or for work experience through the National Youth Service, but in addition to that, exercising their patriotism to their country does provide an opportunity for the public service to gain from those young people learning from the public service, but also addressing some of the backlogs that may exist in the public service. So we do think that there's really something special there that can happen going forward in leveraging the National Youth Service in delivering greater public service efficiencies, and also leveraging it with the private sector partners. Private sector partners who want to invest in South Africa as a case in point, but we'd all know that part of the overheads for any investor would be around how do they manage those overheads. At the same time, we're looking for young people who can get into pathways of opportunity in key industries that they would ordinarily not participate in. And so we think that there's something special there that we can be able to leverage through your guidance and partnership where the National Youth Service is concerned. Of course, focusing with the geographies that require this service the most in the country. Again, the segregation of data being an important area of focus in ensuring that it addresses the areas that need it the most. Next slide, Mr. Bao. I think, Chair, here we're just dealing here, finally, just on that National Youth Service one, are the transition rates as an important number. We think that the ultimate measure of the value of these programs does relate to the rate of transitions. Here in this slide, Chair, we would want to elevate that of the young people that have gone through this program, 42% have found employment, 28% enter this need category, assisting us to trend to reduce that need rate, 15% have continued community service opportunities, and 16% have started a small business. And so we think that these matrices provide an important basis for which further design of programs and interventions are based on going forward. Then finally, Chair, on the Program 3, Integrated Youth Development, here, Chair, it's really around the research, lobbying and advocacy work for the agency. Here relates to the research reports that have been produced and published. The targets have indeed been met and some have been exceeded, but the impact work, Chair, that has been an important area of focus is indeed covered in this area in the period under review. Chairperson, through you, I'd maybe request the Executive Director for Human Resources just to provide a brief snapshot of human resources, and then we'll get into finance as well. Through you, Chairperson, if I may request ED Duma.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. So just to give a brief overview in terms of the achievement under human resources, just to mention the few, we have implemented the human resources strategy. It's a 3-year strategy that we have within the organization. And most importantly, we have invested over 1 million on skills development. This is us trying to foster a culture of continuous learning for our employees. We do offer accredited learning programs within the organization. And the other items that we have achieved is the enhanced performance management system. So our performance contracting and reviews are done on ERP. And the reviewed and updated key HR policies. But I just want to zoom in on the organizational structure. You skip a slide, Mr. Bango. So on the organizational structure, in terms of the positions that we had within the organization, were 585. Out of those, there were 450 positions that were filled. And we do have positions that are filled by interns. And in terms of the vacancy rate, as at end of a financial year, it was sitting at 10.9%. You will see that there is a strong representation in terms of African females that we have within the organization, and it translates to like 62% of the workforce. And in terms of persons with disabilities, there are about 8. That was as at end of the financial year, so it was like 1.3%. But you will see when you come back, Chairperson, that there will be an improvement because as at second quarter, we were sitting at 1.8%, and it's slightly improving. Looking at the cost per program, you will see that the bulk is sitting under operation, spending over 164 million. Reason being, if you look at the number of employees under this program, is like 394 employees that we do have. But the total number in terms of the number of employees that we had as at the end of financial year was 810. But if you can just zoom in, because we do have learnerships and internships, so 185 was learnerships and 69 of that 810 was interns. Then I'll zoom in terms of the staff movement. We had about 36 employees that actually left within 2024 or as at end of the financial year. And the bulk was sitting under resignation, which represent 4%. There were 22, but we do exit interviews when they leave the organization, just to check what could be the attributes or what could be the contribution for them to actually resign from the organization. And mostly it's for career opportunities that they received somewhere else. We did have 3 dismissals within the organization that were recorded for misconduct during the period under review. I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Edie Duma. Chairperson, for this section, I would like to kindly request through you that the CFO kindly take the portfolio committee on the salient issues that relate to the financial statements. Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Let's proceed. CFO.
Thank you very much, CA and Honorable Chairperson. I will just be speaking to the slides that depict more the narrative on the financial performance of the agency for the period under review. From the financial position perspective, our biggest line item, of course, we start by looking at our receivables from exchange, which are clearly articulated on the notes of the financial statements. The biggest driver there is a contractual receivable, which is money that we're clawing back from some of our contracts. We've got a bit of sundry debtors, which represents some clawing back of secondments within the HR space, and then normal operating prepayments, which shows our subscription fees, and then a little bit of fixed assets. So from reporting perspective, we do have an increase of this receivable that has increased from 10.2 million to 12.2. It also shows that we do have a good trajectory in our liquidity going forward in the next reporting period, because receivables will be cash in the bank in the future. We do also recognize allowance for impairment as depicted by our accounting standard, which is an accounting adjustment. Our receivables from non-exchange also in note 3, and the main drivers with this area would see are the donor funding receivables. These are the contracts and the partnerships that we enter into with other organs of state, and this really is a very critical funding element within the NYDA's mandate, and of course our financial sustainability. We saw a decrease, however, in this reporting period from 57.1 million to 53.1 million. And then, of course, again, there we also do an allowance for impairment, which is an accounting adjustment. So that area is one of the focal area of our key audit action plan. From a cash perspective, yes, the Auditor-General has raised the concern relating to the financial health of the organization. And one of the measures there was our liquidity position, where we did see an incline on a closing cash balance for the financial year that ended in March 2025. The decline rather was from a 25 million closing balance in the prior period to a 15.2 million. It is a positive cash balance at the end of the reporting period, but however does represent a cash timing constraint that the agency managed during the first quarter of the current reporting period, and we were able to mitigate all the obligations that arose during that constraint period. In our PPE, which represents our investments, as CEO has mentioned, investment into the operating efficiencies of their agency. We saw a reduction from the previous year, not a large reduction, but also it is an indication of the constraints that the agency had in investing back to property, plant, and equipment. However, this is cumulative, so it's not to say that is any area of concern. We wouldn't invest at the same level each and every year, and it also is a positive movement when you look at our cash flow statement, which does show that the agency doesn't bleed the assets, if I can call it in that manner. So this is under control. If you look in the next slide, which shows the financial position just from a liabilities perspective, we do depict our facility, which represents our travel lodge card facility, which is within reasonable amounts at the end of the financial year. We show a restated balance because this is also one of the areas where we addressed and resolved all concerns that the Auditor-General had within accounts payable, particularly within our diners, and therefore warranted us as management, we took the decision to enhance our disclosure this facility so that it enables auditability going forward, and we are able to track this facility balance and manage it accordingly, as it has a direct correlation to our cash balances every year. Our payables from exchange, those are our accounts payables. That balance increased from 58 million to 110 million. The majority of that 110 million was made up of the obligations related to the PY EI. Safe to say that in Q1 of the current reporting period that we're in, we were able to meet all those trade payable obligations and resolve the constraint we had in our working capital due to the cash constraints at the end of the reporting period. Our employee cost provisions, those are normal leave provisions, the provisions we have according to our HR policies. Those were managed within the acceptable levels and are being tracked accordingly. We saw a slight increase, which is in correlation with the increase in the headcount. Deferred income mainly relates to donor funding income. So we have agreements, as much as the majority of our agreements, we have to spend and then recover. We have elements of deferred income we would have received from the donor, but have not fully implemented yet. And therefore, at the end of the reporting cycle, we would then raise that short-term liability, which represents us implementing towards the donor funding income so that we can realize this back into the income statement as donor funding expenditure. From a financial performance perspective, I'm just going to touch on the revenue and the expenditure. Our top line, which is really the backbone and the driver of our revenue flows as the NYDA, is the funding that comes directly from the National Treasury from the allocation. You'd see, Honorable Chairperson, that we are constrained in terms of that grant income line. We had a very, very small increase from the baseline allocation in the year that we are reporting. Secondly, from the presidential employment intervention, that special allocation did not increase nor change year on year. So we do see a slight increase in our baseline for the year. And this is also one of the areas where, as the agency, we saw that we needed to work around, given the increased demand of what we need to do with our limited resources. Again, then places pressure on our funding model relating to donor funding income. We have disclosed an increase in what we're able to realize, but of course, this income is not income that is necessarily used by the NYDA, but rather we implore it back into expenditure that are directly related to the implementation of the programs that we signed on when we signed off the donor funding partnership. That is why when you look at donor funding income and donor funding expenditure, we disclose on the face of the financial statements transparently where the money was spent, and that money needs to net off so that the NYDA does not have recurring surpluses that belong to the funding initiatives. That being said, one of our major donor funding partnerships in the year under review that we really saw implementation towards was that of the UIF LAP program. We have passive income, of course, that is driven solely by our cash management strategies in the bank. And then we would have other income. Other income becomes important for us as a business, from a business performance perspective, because as much as we drive the model of donor funding income, we drive the model of partnerships. We are also, as management, looking very closely to our project management fees model, where as an agency, we are just ensuring that implementation of these projects does become sustainable from a financial point of view as well. From the expenditure perspective, you would see, Honorable Chairperson, that the NYDA's overall expenditure for the year really did not increase by much. We increased from 828 million in the prior year to just 881 million, looking at the initiatives that we had to implement and looking at the fact that our grant allocation or our allocation from our budget didn't really increase by much. We were able as an organization to absorb some of the CPI cost increases that we have no control over within our retained income and our retained net assets. So that gives us an indication on how as management we are really managing the pressures that we are facing from a financial front and ensuring that we don't compromise our grant disbursements. We'll see that in note 24, while we had a number of the total grants that were approved in the APP, most of them we had planned to be funded through donor funding, but because of internal challenges, We did have slight delays in those materializing at the end of the reporting periods, but the NYDA did not abandon those commitments. We did ensure that we disperse all the grants and according to all the applications. And in most of these areas did mean that we have to go back to our retained income within our own budget to supplement where we had shortfalls. There is a slide, Chairperson Note 23, which lists all the partners that contributed to the 96.1 million donor funding income. You'd see the nature of that mainly relates to our grants flagship program. It relates to the National Youth Service Program that the CEO mentioned, and of course our technical skills, which also becomes very important within our APP. Just to close off potentially on the contingencies, which is a disclosure at this moment in time. At the reporting date, the agency did disclose some legal cases that are under assessment, which we did assess as remote at that stage, and we have disclosed them in compliance with the GRAP standards, and the legal team of the agency is dealing with those assessments to ensure that we do close them out with this current reporting period. Chairperson, I won't speak at length about the going concern, which was elevated by the Auditor-General in this financial assessment slide. I will speak about it when I'm given the opportunity to come in with the audit action plan. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That would have been the CFO on this section. Mr. Pango, we can go on to the next section. I think, Chair, we do have a section for the Audit and Risk Committee Chair who would come in for this particular section, but we will leave that in the specified item in the agenda. So, Mr. Pango, we can skip this section for the Audit and Risk Committee Chairperson when he comes in. And then maybe Chairperson, this is the section that relates to the post-audit action plan, that relates to the results and the findings that the AG would have highlighted for the organization. The first one to elevate here, Honorable Chairperson, is of course the prior year qualification, which was of course resolved during the course of late last year. And of course, some of the interventions from a management point of view that have been put in place that are time-bound, with the board holding us accountable with respect to addressing some of the materiality or the material concerns in relating to going concern, the ERP processes, there are interventions that have been put in place that are time-bound to ensure that we are able then to ameliorate some of those areas that would have been highlighted by AG. Next slide, Mr. Pango. Then, of course, Honorable Chairperson, on the areas around SCM and compliance with laws, which was elevated by AG, these are areas of strengthening that we've already started that work, which includes, amongst others, revising existing policies to make sure that they're up to date and aligned, and ensuring that the audit planning processes are aligned in order to ensure that it meets the satisfaction of AG in this respect. This also does relate, Honorable Chairperson, to the PPE elements in the financial statements and the other areas for financial reporting and compliance. Note of notable importance is, which I think the Audit and Risk Committee Chair will allude to, has been an important development in one, ensuring that we're able to produce the interim financial statements so as to mitigate the risks that would have taken place before in order to ensure that we meet our legislated deadlines, but two, ensuring the continued accuracy of our financial statements, but three, the intervention in terms of the financial systems upgrade as well. So this is important, Chair, because number one, it reduces the turnaround times in us being able to produce these important reports and the accuracy thereof. But two, it also does enable us to ensure that from a compliance point of view, we're able to meet the necessary deadlines, and finally ensuring that the internal control environment is indeed meeting the requisite standards and of course the prescripts that guide the agency in this respect. But in this section, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to kindly request that the company secretary to kindly just provide an overview of the corporate governance report by the interim board for the period under review, and I think from there we will then just close on some of the partnerships as well in this period under review. Through you, Honorable Chair, if I can request company secretary to jump in and provide the overview for this section.
Thank you, CEO. We can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO, and greetings to all members on the call. This is the governance slide for the outgone board on the work that they conducted in the FY 24-25. We can confirm that the board did comply with all the legislations that were supposed to be complied with, and we ensured that there was a corporate governance structure that is adequate to deal with all the issues that were raised within the organization, especially when it comes to policies of the organization and when it comes to regularly reporting on a quarterly basis. Next slide. Thank you. And this is just an overview of the board that we had in terms of the skills, in terms of the number of board members that we had at that particular time, and the work that they had commenced to do in relation to their governance role. Then in respect of the roles and responsibilities, Chair, it was more on the governance of ethics, ensuring that the organization derives an ethical culture within the organization, and that they also implemented a culture change strategy, Chair, based on the many complaints that we were receiving from young people in terms of responses of the organization and so forth. So they got into a culture change strategy to ensure that they respond to those things, that there is ethical standards that are being complied with, that there is a proper legal regulations framework that is available, and they were promoting an ethical conduct across the organization. Next slide. And part of the achievements that we had in the previous cycle, Chair, was to ensure that there is stability in terms of leadership, whereby positions of the CEO and the CFO were filled to ensure that there is continuity within the work, as it was highlighted in the previous presentation from the AG, that some of the challenges that we had was based on having a stability in the finance unit that was conducted. And some of the achievements as well was to ensure that we do move out from the qualified audit outcome that we had and to move into an unqualified audit outcome in this current financial year. And part of the plans of actions to respond to the findings that were highlighted, Chair, is to ensure that the audit action plan forms part of the day-to-day meetings of internally in the EXCO and externally within the board and the audit at the end of the financial year. And we have acquired the financial system, a reliable financial system that is updated as well, because we were using a legacy system to pull out credible financial statements. So the current board will be pulling out an interim financial statement in their March meetings, Chair, to ensure that it is according to what is required, to ensure that we don't encounter the challenges that we've had. And in the March meetings again, Chair, we will be reviewing and revising the ICT policies that were highlighted with from the audit that occurred, and we do going to be ISA standard so that we don't repeat the findings that we had. And again, there is stability now in the finance unit, and there is stability in the SCM unit, and we will not encounter even the challenges that led us to a late submission of the annual report. Next slide. When it comes to this slide, we'll leave it to the CEO to continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to COSEC. Chair, I think we were just on these last slides, we were just elevating the pressure points in the period under review in ensuring that the agency does have a deliberate disability strategy and a rural strategy. And so this was part of the work of the board at the time. We do know that since then, for 25-26, this work has indeed been done subsequently. But finally, to close, Chair, on the partnerships, here is the reflection on the nature of the partnerships, the sample really of the nature of the partnerships that the agency has had in the period under review, which we can note that it's more on the education, skilling and training areas. We also have partnerships that relate to the financing of entrepreneurs, and also partnerships that relate to pathways, also part of national coordinator for youth development, or the youth development ecosystem in South Africa. Chair, I think that is then the last slide. Mr. Pang, I think we are the nature of the provincial youth funds that exist, which that's really part of the lens or the partnership strategy going forward. And in the year currently, Chair, we are, of course, will be finalizing a partnership strategy, amongst other things.
Everyone that presented this morning, and thank you also for keeping time. You finished right on 11 o'clock, so that was good work. I'm going to then hand over to the ARC for their presentation of 10 minutes, and then after that we'll quickly take the 6-month in office overview and report back. Over to the ARC.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. May I request to just show my face and then close the video for connection.
Thank you, Fuze. That's fine.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I can request Mr. Bango to load the presentation. Honorable Chair and Honorable members, Honorable Minister, acting of the his management complement, all stakeholders present this morning, members of the AG's office as led by Mr. Ngumalo, fellow South Africans that are also watching this presentation. And I will try and stick to the allocated 10 minutes. If I can just request for the presentation to be flighted. I'll follow it on the screen together with colleagues. The first slide relates to purpose and background in terms of the complement, the composition of the committee, as well as the skill set of the committee for the year under review. The 2 additional members. Okay, there's a bit of a glitch. If I can just request for the presentation to be flighted, colleagues. Mr. Bango? Okay, thanks. Thank you. Sorry for that, slight delay. Just to indicate again, if you can just go to the next slide, Mr. Bango. This is the skills matrix of the committee, including the membership of the outgone board, as well as the new members that have joined the committee. The approval of the annual report included the participation of the new committee members, and just outlining the responsibilities in terms of the PFMA, as well as additional governing legislation, including the Internal Audit and Risk Committee Charter. Next slide. So I think colleagues have spoken in detail, including the AG's presentation earlier in terms of the outcomes of the audit, but just silent issues to highlight. We're comfortable that the agency continues to meet its targets. We're comfortable that there wasn't a qualification in terms of the financial statements. The issue related to the late submission of the financial statements for audit, as well as the delay in the submission of the annual report, again, has been articulated, and the reasons thereof, and it all stems from management efforts to clear the prior audit finding, and we're grateful that there was good coordination between management as well as the external auditor to get to the bottom of the issue and resolve it, and it has been resolved. Just on risk management in terms of, again, legislation, Section 13G of the BBBE Act, The agency achieved the level 5 BBBE score, and the shortfall really related to supplier development. The agency didn't meet the minimum score in relation to supplier development, hence it achieved the level 5 BBBE. In terms of, again, areas of highlight, again, I think colleagues have also indicated it in terms of the year-end deficit and some of the challenges related to that, but also the messaging in terms of what's being done to resolve that. The negative net asset position for the year under audit, again, remains an area of focus by the ARC, and also looking at the management plans to resolve this issue as well, and addressing the external auditor commentary in relation to these items. Next slide. This is just a snapshot from the AG's internal management report. I won't dwell much on it. I think the issue of the late submission of the financial statements has been overemphasized, and the commitment again has been mentioned that we don't envisage the same occurrence in this current financial year. Next slide. Chair, the silent items lifting from the audit action plan that are due for assessment by the Audit and Risk Committee, just the issue of the filling of vacancies, revision of the SCM policy, as well as the periodic compilation of interim financial statements, again, that has also been mentioned in the commitment date by management. Just to also just congratulate management in terms of the systems upgrade that took place over the holidays, December holidays, and was concluded in January. So this also is comforting that the audit action plan is receiving full management attention. Again, just on the timely submission of financial statements, just being re-emphasized there, the clearing of the negative net asset position on the balance sheet with management's efforts. Again, with the internal audit review in terms of the ERP system, the post-implementation review also planned for March to be presented to the Audit and Risk Committee. Just again to emphasize within the finance function, an audit recommendation was for the ARC to also do an evaluation on the capacity within the finance function. So that is due in the upcoming meeting for March. Next slide. Chair, we were also asked to just give a reflection on the 2023-2024, which would be the year where the qualification occurred. And our reflections relate to ICT systems development and lifecycle management, including governance. And that's also been included in the audit action plan. So there is ongoing monitoring in relation to this. Important again is the preservation of institutional memory and the talent retention. I think colleagues have also indicated the vacancies in senior management, and some of it led to the challenges that were experienced by the agency. So it's important to preserve institutional memory as well as good change management processes for operating effectiveness, but also in terms of making sure that the continued fortunes of the agency continue. Ongoing monitoring of the SCM and oversight function and regular policy updates is important. We were also asked to just give information in relation to the use of consultants within our area of oversight, with the work that had to be done, remedial work that had to be done to resolve the audit query, which is related to an external consultant that had to be brought in to assist with extracting of the data, as well as an external review, just to add so that those were conducted, and those two were the additional resources that had to be brought in to assist to resolve the prior audit finding. Just another area of concern, again, just to rehash, was the vacancies in the senior management positions that led to some disruption within the finance section. Those were the reflections. Next slide. We were also asked to give a summary of the investigations undertaken. Chair, whilst these would be some of the notable investigations that were undertaken, it is important to emphasize that there are regular routine audits that are done by internal audit in terms of the audit, internal audit annual plans, as well as risk and compliance audits that are ongoing. So that's also just important to emphasize. And the notable ones would be investigations by internal auditor related to the grants disbursements, the grants initiation and disbursements processes, as well as SEM related processes, some of which would have come through from the tip-offs hotline. And we continue to receive tip-offs through the hotline, and those are normally subjected to assessments before any intensive investigations are done through internal audit. Next slide. Just on the challenges and recommendations, as earlier included, some of them have been reflected in terms of the challenges that we had saw, as well as has to work with management through in terms of resolving. Institutional memory is a critical one to make sure that even the staff turnover in top management and governance structures is well managed, and the transitions are also well managed. And again, just talent development as a response to that, talent development and retention strategy to be developed and implemented, which is already existing within the agency. The filling of critical vacancies, including in SCM, again, just to make sure that the control mechanisms are strengthened. Systems development and implementation, again, I suppose it's a rehash. The AG has already spoken in detail in relation to this, and we also are recommending a post-implementation review and value enhancements review for the ERP integration, for value assessments and improvements for the benefits of the agency. In terms of financial reporting, compliant financial reports, again, just to also the recommendation there in terms of either internal development of a financial reporting tool or a procurement thereof. And I think Company Secretary has already indicated that this item has been complied with. So we are looking forward to evaluating same in the upcoming meeting. If I can just ask you to just go back to the previous slide, Mr. Bango. Again, I think, Chair, just to emphasize some of the issues here which are receiving management attention in terms of the internal audit, in terms of the audit action plan. The committee does require strengthening in terms of ICT governance background, and that has been relayed to the board, and we are looking forward to assistance in attending to this area. Next slide. In conclusion, Chair, we are comfortable that there is improvement on the audit outcomes, again aligned with the conclusions of the Auditor-General, and we are encouraging management to sustain efforts to achieve a clean audit. And we are, based on our assessments, are of the view that with the sustained efforts, the agency is on its way towards a clean audit. Just these two additional points, again, with alignment with management, they relate to some of the points to emphasize in terms of the integrated reporting on youth intervention programs across government entities, to make sure that the mandate is there's a broader reach for the mandate. The agency does require additional resourcing to increase its reach and the impact of its programs towards young people. Continued focus in terms of setting smart targets, which are sector specific, including on the low grant uptake sectors. I think also CEO has already indicated this in terms of the sector specific areas during his presentations. And we believe that sustained efforts that are targeted will definitely bode well for the agency on its ability to impact joblessness and unemployment and alleviate those challenges among society. Just to rehash again, just an emphasis on ICT governance for the committee. Chair, that is our report, and we'll welcome questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Ngobo. Can I quickly check who will take us through the final presentation, the one on the overview of the board's activities over the past 6 months? I would like for us to get to engagement. Dr. Miende?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to quickly take the meeting through the board activities for the past 6 months since we started. But maybe as a background context, Chair, our approach and activities has been based on few items. I think the first one, when we got into office, our issue was to maximize accessibility of the agency. The second one being visibility of the agency through its products and services, particularly for young people in rural areas and marginalized communities. The third one being inclusivity, wanted to ensure that the NYDA is very much inclusive for all young people in South Africa. And we've also directed our efforts and activities towards impact-driven programs or projects or initiatives. And then the fourth aspect being on the current pressures in terms of our finances, and the Deputy Chair has led our investment approach, trying to ensure that we get majority of investors or partnerships to ensure that we assist some of the work that we're doing as an agency. Our other priority has been on the inclusivity of persons with disability, LGBTQIA+ sector, and that is why in our governance we've also put in place a new committee that was not there in the previous board, that we're calling it the Transformation Committee. So the NYDA, the board, we have gone through a strategic planning session where we have set out our priorities, and our activities have been driven by the priorities or the strategic direction that we want to take as a board. One of the things that we've done in terms of our governance, we've ensured that the policies that were outdated, we've reviewed them, but also we have ensured that there's a dashboard of policies in the organization to ensure that if the policies are lapsing, we're able to renew them, and we do not wait for the Auditor-General to come through and say the policies have lapsed like it has happened in the previous financial year. And we've ensured that there's compliance in some of the areas that were a challenge in the previous financial year. All the board committees have been established. We've also had our inaugural annual general meeting. I think the minister did speak on that. We've also had our domestic successes. We've had our last mile delivery program. Last mile delivery program, this is where we've assisted young people with motorbikes, licenses, insurance, cell phones, airtime, and opportunities for them to be able to participate in the last mile delivery sector. We've also done different outreach programs in different schools, like Hongoye High School, where we have assisted them with a computer lab. We've also strengthened our relations with traditional leadership. We've engaged traditional leaders in KZN. We've also engaged traditional leaders in the Eastern Cape. We've also done our back to school programs. We're all board members in different areas of the country doing our back to school programs. We have also done a youth consultation that was the first of its nature in the agency, where we had all youth political formations present, civil society organization present, saying to us what is it that they want to see from this particular board achieving. We've also had our pre-SONA engagement the day before the actual SONA, where young people were raising their concerns on what they expect the government to do for this particular financial year. Also, what we have we've done, we have participated at the seat at the main table. This was an engagement that we had with LGBTQIA+ sector. We've also entered into different partnerships, like a partnership that we had with the African Institute in Indigenous Knowledge Systems with the University of KwaZulu-Natal. But additionally, we've worked with different government departments and the provincial sector, the national departments, as well as private sector, on wanting to realize some of the partnerships that we can enter into so that we're able to achieve some of the things that we want to achieve, understanding that we do have financial constraints. But the board has also gone through our induction. We have done, last week, we did conduct our IODA SA training, that we did it as a board. And then in terms of international successes and the international trips that we've undertaken, I think the minister has indicated the UNGA 80, where myself, the deputy chair, and 3 support staff attended that particular meeting, where we had different bilaterals with different countries and different potential sponsors and funders of the work that we're doing as an agency. Some of the board members have participated different international trips. For example, we have had board member Tembi participating in Pan-African Youth Forum, where issues of young women and young girls, their human rights were discussed, and how some of those things can be translated and addressed in South Africa, some of those particular programs. I think the members were provided with the presentation where the detailed costs have been provided. But overall, since we started office, our approach as a board was to ensure that the work that we're doing is more qualitative than quantitative. Yes, we've met our targets in writing, but what we want to achieve more is the impact of the inclusivity aspect and the visibility of the NYDA. When we entered office, many young people, they're not aware of what the NYDA does. Where the offices are located, the reach of the NYDA. So our focus has been on the rural areas and semi-rural areas to ensure that all young people understand what the NYDA does and the impact that we must have on the ground and in changing the lives of young people. So I think in summary, Chair, that's the work that we have been undertaking ever since we started office, but also maybe in the mining and energy space, the Deputy Chair has been much involved in those particular areas to ensure that how do we ensure that there are more young people that participate in the mining and energy space through different pathways that we are able to create, as well as the disability sector and the LGBTQIA+ sector. I think in summary, Chair, that's the work that we've undertaken in the last 6 months since we got appointed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miende. Let me just check. I want to check whether all board members are present and online. I do see Dr. Mbata. I see Ms. Baloy. If you can just maybe indicate to me, Dr. Miende, if your entire board is present.
Honorable Chair, all the board members are present. There was no apology. Yes, Dr. Mbata is present. Ms. Kelly Baloy is present. Ms. Tembisile Mahua is present. Mr. Sbusiso Makatini is present. Board member Ngumalo is present. Yes, all the board members, Chair, are present. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Board Chairperson. We are right on time. It is now 20 minutes past 11. We will have just over an hour for engagements. Honourable members, now is your opportunity. Please, can I take your hands so that we start the engagement process? I'm taking your hands, honourable members. I only see 3 hands so far. I see the hand of Honourable Chauke Adonis, Honourable Pulwane, Honourable Shabango, Honourable Khadebe, Honourable Kanile, Honourable Peterson, and Honourable Lonzi. We will take it in that order, starting with you.
I'm also struggling to raise my hand. I'm using it.
Can I start because I'm going to walk to the back?
Okay. Okay, let's take it like this, honourable members. I'm going to take Honourable Pulwane first. Second is Honourable Chauke Adonis, followed by Honourable Shabango, followed by Honourable Khadebe, followed by Honourable Kanile, followed by Honourable Peterson, followed by Honourable Tsotetsi, followed by Honourable Lonzi. So over to you, Honourable Pulwane. Oh, and Honourable Tele also raised his hand. I will also accommodate you, Honourable Tele. Honourable Pulwane.
Thank you very much, Chair, and honourable members, Minister and the DM, the NYDA, our support staff, everyone in the platform. Chair, let me welcome all the presentation and appreciate the work done by the NYDA in a short period of 6 months. The agency received and qualified an audit outcome. No wasteful and irregular expenditure is good, Chair. But I've got only few questions. The first one is, we appreciate the 100% target achieved, reported here. I want to know how many provinces did the NYDA reach during reach the the province during the consultation program, the youth consultation program. And then the other one, what performance indicator are linked to the newly approved disability strategy? The last one, Chair, in all sector departments, we are still having the challenge of gender equality. Why do the person with disability remain a small share of the beneficiary in our NYDA? For now, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Pulwane. Honourable Chalke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can you kindly confirm that I am audible?
You are audible, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and greetings once again to everyone on the platform and all the South Africans who have joined us. Chairperson, I think I would just like to have an appreciation of the reports that have been given to us by the AG, the ARC committee, and the collective of the NYDA in terms of the work that has been done. Also in terms of the audit finding, which showed significant improvement with this NYDA that is newly appointed. Also taking an appreciation of the newly appointed executives and the work that has been done since their appointments. Chairperson, one of the concerns that I'm going to raise, and I think I've also raised it with the AG report, would be on the HR element. One would want to have an appreciation of the impact coming from the NYDA, the impact of non-filled vacancies, what that looks like, number one, at operational and administration level of an operation of the NYDA. Have there been any setbacks with not filling these vacancies? How many vacancies have been filled since the audit outcome and the recommendations made by the AG? And where are they with all of these processes? Additionally, if the NYDA can give us an overview with all of the recommendations, including HR recommendations that have been made by the AG, where are they on each of the recommended items and how do they seek to implement them? Do they have strategic framework that is in place or it is currently being developed? And how do they seek to ensure successful implementation? Chair, I think it is quite good. It's quite progressive, and we are satisfied that the NYDA has not found themselves having fruitful expenditure. But one also would then raise the concern to say, in terms of the donor funding, can we get clarification on where they are getting these donor funding, if they are able to give us more information of who are those donors and what this looks like in terms of the framework that is utilized to engage with the private sector for further funding for the NYDA. If they can just give us a separation of the amount that is coming specifically from private sector, and also not only speaking on the financial element, but the strategic partnerships that they've had with private sector. This also will speak towards the interdepartmental strategic collaborations that the NYDA has had. If perhaps they can bring us into confidence as to which departments have they strategically engaged and successfully implemented programs at the NYDA, and where are some of the negotiations, if they are still ongoing negotiations between the NYDA and the various departments. And I think we'd also wanted an understanding and insight as to how many departments have been engaged, how many have they had difficulties with their engagements, and what that translates into. Because we want them to have engagements with various departments. Sorry. Chair, can I please come in at the end? I'm just being interrupted. I do sincerely apologize. Just to conclude on my questions.
Thank
Through
you.
you, Chairperson. Thank you very
No
much.
problem. Honourable Shabango.
Chairperson, good day to yourself. Good day to Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister. Let me just stand on the protocol observed for the sake of time. And also, I appreciate the report that has been given to us. We also want to commend the board for all that has been presented to us. There's a lot of good that has been done.
And we believe that there's also a room for improvement, but we do not want to shoot down on the good work that has been done, the visibility, the activities that has been indicated to us. We hope that in the long run, these activities will translate to tangible developmental impact. Chair, the report that was given to us, the last presentation, it took on the ICT, but given the recurring or audit findings relating to ICT over the years, why was this not given the priority? Because I believe that it should have been prioritized because it has been on the previous findings that it was supposed to be given the priority. Having said that, we appreciate the activities and the visibilities. I want to know how is the board strengthening the eligibility criteria and governance framework of youth funding to ensure that there's transparency and fairness. We heard that they visited different provinces, but the transparency is and fairness is very critical. If maybe they can talk to us on how are they strengthening that to ensure that there's fairness and the transparency. Having said that, Chair, we know that there are challenges of ID barriers. And these challenges, they continue to exclude vulnerable young people. Has the board identified this, and what concrete partnership or admin solution that the board is intending to implement to systematically resolve this challenge of ID barriers? It's caused by different problems. For instance, if a family of 4 kids, and if the parents takes the ID for the third born before the first and the second born, the Home Affairs then will not issue the ID for the firstborn and the secondborn because the younger one was given, the ID was taken before the two. Even if the birth certificate are there, a lot of South Africans, because of these ID challenges, they are excluded from a lot of programs. Taking from what Honorable Polwane said about what is reflected on the report, where that persons with disabilities remain relatively a small portion of total beneficiaries. In the report that was presented to us, they indicated that there are interventions in place to address this gap. But by when? Because it will be good to have a time frame, and also if the agency might indicate to us the projected significant increase, just to indicate the target, and by the time frame, at least they will be working towards achieving their specific target and the time frame, not just a significant increase that doesn't have the target. Because we are the group that is dealing with people with disabilities, this portfolio committee. So we should be strong advocates for people with disabilities. We saying this, acknowledging that they've done good up to this far, but we want them to focus on increasing the target, the numbers to a specific target. The other thing, the programs the programs that they've indicated. I'm missing one last question, Chair. My apology. Okay, it's on the career guidance programs. If they can indicate to us that if these career guidance are aligned with the career labor market, the current labor market, the career labor market demands and sectoral growth opportunities. If they are working on this, is there any evidence? If not, we'll appreciate if they can focus on that it must be linked to current labor market the demands. And Chair, thank you so much. And once again, we appreciate the good things that have done, the audit outcomes. Then in a short space of time, one must say that this board, the activities that they presented here, some they are visible, they are showing impact. And if we continue like this and improve on the shortfalls, it will be a board that is giving us the expected outcomes. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shabango. I also just wanted to underscore the question that you asked about IT matters, because in the 2023-2024 annual report, in addressing the ICT challenges, the NYDA board appointed an ICT specialist in line with the ICT Steering Committee Charter, and an ICT manager was also appointed then. So that then raises the question, considering all of these appointments to address ICT matters, why do we have the continued challenges as they are presenting again in this annual report? So just note down that question as well. Bongani?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Once again, greetings to Minister, Deputy Minister, Chairperson, colleagues, NYDA executive, all protocol observed. I will be brief. We welcome the presentation and the audit outcome, which is an unqualified outcome. We appreciate the work that they've done in NYDA in a short period of time. But my concern is as graduates face a catch-22, no experience, no job. My question is, does NYDA have a plan to assist young people or youth to enter a workplace without being asked or requested experience? If they do have a plan, how do they assist them? Do they have a database for those who are rejected or those who were rejected in order to track the record or to monitor, or do they have a monitoring tool to check if these young people or youth are being employed? Because not everyone wants to be a business person or whatever, but other youth wants to be a career driven. So I'm asking that, is it private sector assisting those young students or young graduates to be employed on their workplace? Thank you very much. That's thank you very much. That's for my submission. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Trele? Okay, welcome. Okay.
Evening, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning, Honourable Ndosi.
Morning. According to my question, most of them are covered, as I'm coming from the rural area in KZN. Some questions are covered, but I'm not going to ask more questions. How they reach rural areas, as I'm coming from rural areas, have a lot of graduates sitting at home unemployed.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. We have noted that question. Honourable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself. Greetings to the Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues, and all protocol observed. Chair, I also would like to take this opportunity and welcome the presentations that we have just received and echo the same sentiments as my colleagues, that we can see that the NYDA is moving in the right direction, and we appreciate that. With that being said, we do also understand that there is an area of improvement. Chair, I think also what was not presented to us, it is, I think, the amounts that the NYDA would usually spend on the events that they normally hold. I usually will see on various social media platforms and newspapers that they hold gala events and whatnot and our ceremonies. I think if we can be finished with that, that can also assist us in terms of understanding exactly how much goes into those events. Chair, I would not also want to miss an opportunity to appreciate the assistance that I have received from the board in my constituency. They are running a very successful program of back to school, and my constituency has likely been one of the beneficiaries. There is a school that we went to in Shuguma, where we handed out school uniforms and other donations that we received from the board. I'd like to express our humblest appreciation for the great gesture, and also in ensuring that the children from impoverished families, when they go to school, they look like all of their peers or fellow learners. Chair, I have noted in the presentations that they have now focusing also on the development of the LGBTQIA plus community. I think this is a great initiative, and I am hoping that going forward, when they give us statistics, they're going to give us a number that speaks exactly to how many number of this community would have benefited from the programs of the NYDA. During the presentation, I also observed, Chairperson, that they have indicated that they are now having a rural reach, which is highly commendable, Chair. Considering that I'm also coming from a rural area, I definitely would love to see young people from rural areas benefiting or being empowered. However, Chair, my question is, are they able to give us data that indicates how many young people with disabilities are benefiting in the cooperatives program? And over and above that, I don't think they can be able to furnish us with the details that I'm going to ask for now, but maybe in future, of if it's possible for them to send them. No, they're not going to send it by email, but maybe in future, when they have presentations, maybe they can just send us a document that indicates exactly where they have been, where they reached out. Maybe if, for instance, they speak about Mpumalanga, I would want to know how many young people benefited in Mpumalanga and how many people in which district benefited. If it's possible to go by district and municipality, I think that will also assist us a lot in terms of conducting our oversight, and also to be able to see exactly where NYDA has a footprint. Because I also believe, Chair, with the great work that has been done by the NYDA, I was looking at the statistics. We are still sitting at 43.8% unemployment of young persons. And I've also checked, we are also having 60% of young persons between the ages of 20 to 24 that are still on the SRD grants. I believe that even though it is not only the responsibility of the NYDA to ensure that young people are supported, young people are empowered, but they do have a role to play in reducing these numbers. This takes me back to the question that was asked by Honorable Chauke with regard to the collaboration that they have with other departments or private sector, and if there's any progress that they have made in that effect. Chair, that's the question that questions that I had today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings, everybody. Deputy Minister, honorable members and members of the public. Chairperson, I think I was also largely covered by my colleagues, specifically Honorable Chauke and Honorable Kanyile. I would just have, I think, two questions. Of the youth-owned businesses who received grant funding in 2024-25, what percentage of them are still operational to date, and how many of these beneficiaries come from rural areas and townships? Also, Chairperson, I remember raising concerns with the previous board, or just when this board came, with these new board members came, I raised the concerns about the accessibility of young people to NYDA in Rand West, right? So hearing now that it is one of the areas where the board is improving or looking more into. Chairperson, through you, I would like to maybe request, if it's possible, that we can have a report or a database on young people having applied for funding and how many of them have been funded in West Rand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peterson. Honorable Tsotetsi, I think you are next. Your hand's not up, but I know you are here. Honorable Tsiamo. Okay, while we wait, we'll take the hand of Honorable... Okay,
Chair.
Please proceed.
Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
My apology, Chair. I'm using a different gadget here. I do not necessarily understand it, but
okay, no problem.
But I'm trying to cope with it. I think let me just stand on the protocol that has been established and greet everyone that is on the platform. I will just deal with a few issues, Chair. The first one is that in welcoming the audit report, which speaks so positively about the NYDA, I stand to have a bit of concern around this, the irregular expenditure that stands under assessment. My worry is that if it can prove that the dispute of the NYDA doesn't hold water, it runs a risk of changing completely the picture of the audit. Of course, I know that such is mainly the issue that they are handling with the National Treasury, but I thought that in their articulations, they would give us a sense of what exactly are the areas in this regard that they are mainly disputing. I have not heard them touching on that. Chair, we do understand that what has always been in the news in as far as the travels abroad has been centered around what is said to be 1 million, which the minister would have explained. Of course, we understand that media sometimes would be exaggerating, not media per se, but those that would have taken these things to the media. The dividends of such travels, of course, have been also articulated. But what is also flagged under this regular expenditure is also in excess of about 40 million, which was also spent on the travels. I thought that as part of articulating the progress that would have been achieved by the previous board, we would also get a sense of what, in a form of dividends, is contained around this expenditure of the 40 million of travel, so that we also know that there is something that can be brought on board. Chair, around program 2, there is also the issue of grant funding, and then the CEO would have articulated quite positive stories about how they have assisted young people around areas of poultry and others that they would have mentioned, which is a positive thing to do and an intervention necessary for the development of young people. But my worry, Chair, is that government normally do this exercise of funding young people, they are funding women, sometimes even incorporate communities into the program of land redistribution, giving them that important resource. But then we seldomly link them with the economic activity that is related to that. For instance, how have we linked a young person that we have funded to start a poultry business with the market where they can be able to then sell off the poultry that they are producing? So I think that if we don't necessarily focus also in that end of our responsibility, we are going to have a problem whereby young people do start business and they collapse because over and above having produced, they have no market to deposit to. Chair, I also take interest in finding out, I would have heard and also read in the report that there is an investment. I thought the CFO will go to town and explaining what this investment entails. I'm very skeptical, Chair. You'll remember that the last time there was investment by entities of government, we ended up with municipalities giving money to VPS and politicians getting it from the back door also. Now, I thought that we must really get a sense of what this investment entails and the dividends attached thereto. How will they be able to assist the cause of advancing the interest of young people in the country? Chair, I must welcome this innovative developments that comes with this board. The issue of the transformation committee, I am a believer of the politics that says that we must never allow ourselves to forget the necessity of transformation in this country in all areas. Now, I do welcome that, but not much was spoken to. Not much was spoken to it about. We've not gotten much explanations as to what exactly will it be doing. We know that there are certain sectors that are completely untransformed. The banking sectors, the estate sectors. How is this transformation committee intending to work with such a reality? Perhaps if they can just give us a sense of how does it intend to in a real sense, effect the necessary transformation into the commanding heights of the economy in our country. Chair, we also do welcome the fact that the board have chosen to focus much of its energy in the rural areas. I think this is welcome because consistently we have been decrying the exclusion of young people in the rural areas as they are not adequately connected to the internet, as they do not have the necessary facilities that can enable them to access various opportunities that the government would then have in its position. But I want to check, Chair, that over and above the presence or the programs, campaigns which have been taken to rural areas, the major problem has been the sustainable accessibility of the NYDA in these areas. And this would speak to the establishment of the access point centers, maybe the office spaces where young people can be able to come and get information on what the NYDA has for them, what opportunities today does do exist in the country for them, and how to be able to access it. I think we must also speak to that. The NYDA must also speak to that and give us a sense that there is something that they are doing in this regard, because the once-off visit to rural areas will not necessarily guarantee us sustainable access to young people that young people would have in the rural areas to the NYDA. Chair, I would have also wanted to comment on the first interactions that we had with the NYDA. I remember that in your opening remarks, you have touched on it, that we did indeed have some sort of a meet and greet with the NYDA, wherein we were engaging them. We would have spoken a lot and quite lengthy about our expectations as the committee relating to their work. Now, of course, Chair, we are the legislative body responsible mainly to oversight the work that the NYDA would have received as a mandate that is derived from the act that enables them to exist, which is Act number 54. Now, we can only, of course, just give an advice, of which part of the appreciation that I would have is the fact that when we spoke, we touched around issues such as them participating or taking interest in changing the complexion of the economy of the country to favor young people and ensure that young people do participate in the mainstream economy. It's for that reason that I'm appreciating initiatives such as the Transformation Committee and so forth. So I think that consistent with what we would have advised them to do, they are actually playing ball, and that is much appreciated. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Dr. Leklape.
Thank you, Chair. Just to show that I am live and I'm not a bot.
We see you.
Just a few questions. The first one, Chair, is just on the travel issue. I think we need to be able to have answers about the value added by accompanying persons, given in the high costs of international travel vis-a-vis the value of the rand. The second issue is that we're not traveling to new events. These are regular events. The issue of timely booking in advance for better rates and affordable accommodation. Do we always have to be in 5-star hotels? Just so that if there's a need for amending regulations, PFMA or procurement regulations, so that we can afford to travel in an affordable manner, those are things that we'd like to hear from. I understand that, when there's an invitation and participation in international fora is valuable. The fourth issue is I appreciate the fact that the minister gave us an expose of what the benefits were for the having the NYDA participate out there, and we hope for every trip there would be that issue of cost-benefit analysis. The second question is whether the NYDA has any formal arrangement with small business ministry, because they have the resources and they could be the ones that ensure that those doors are opened for young people. The third issue is the impact of illicit trade on no jobs for South Africans in general and the youth in particular, and whether the NYDA sees that as an issue, and do they have any opinions about how this can be handled. We just heard yesterday that there was a building site that collapsed with a few deaths in Johannesburg. And they found that the overwhelming majority of the employees on site were foreign undocumented immigrants. When we're talking about this issue of joblessness and our youth not being employed, is there any systemic approach from NYDA in terms of how we can mitigate against this and how we ensure that South African businesses give South Africans an opportunity for employment? And just lastly, and it's not something that can be answered today. We understand the business that you found. We understand the continuity issue. But do you have any new insights of how you change your modus operandi? Do you have anything things about how you can get more for the buck? And I understand the issue of funding this entrepreneur, funding that entrepreneur, but how do we ensure that we scale up? That instead of funding entrepreneurs, we're funding the education so that people can go out there and start their own businesses, apply to for loans from small, medium enterprise, small business development, and even to the banks. How do we educate and assist people so that there's a systemic program that we can also say we've taught so many, etc., etc. I know that you're doing some of those, but I want those to also be highlighted as these are the achievements. This is how we're doing post-secondary education. There's an issue where we'll be discussing the value of education, whether we are educating our people for employability or we're educating them for certificates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Letlape. Can I check if the Honourable Chauke Adonis is now ready to finish her questions? Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Chairperson, I am here, and thank you very much once again for giving me the platform, and apologies to yourself, honourable members and everyone on the platform and those who have joined us on the virtual viewing platforms as well. I do sincerely apologize. Chairperson, as I continue, I just wanted to, and I think some of the areas have already been touched by my fellow colleagues, I just wanted to highlight and perhaps get clarity in terms of the impact programs that have been delivered by the NYDA and the various stakeholders in collaboration, because it has been spoken to that the NYDA has made strategic partnerships. Perhaps if they can take us through those strategic partnerships, what has been the impact of them, and also what are some of the aftercare programs that they have, and the number of beneficiaries that have benefited from the programs where there has been private sector intervention or private sector collaboration as well. And when I was asking my last question, I was asking about the identified private sector and government stakeholders that they are currently working with, that they've onboarded, and perhaps the one that they are potentially looking to engage with, and what that looks like in terms of the prospects of developing further programs and the intended impact. Chairperson, one has said previously to me, that perhaps, we do applaud and appreciate the work that has been done by the NYDA board and also the executive to date when we review and reflect on the presentations that have been made, but also the significant progress that they've made in terms of their audit outcome. But we also say at the same time, and this has been said to me, is that we cannot jump up and down and celebrate every time a fish swims, because that is the expectation. We expect them to swim. But also in saying that, it must not take away from the work and the innovative solutions that have been brought forward by the board and the executives and the entire complement of the NYDA in really advancing the plight of young people. I would like to find out, in terms of the monitoring and evaluation matrix formula that is being utilized by the NYDA to evaluate the performance of the internal capacity or staff complements, including the board members and the officials, what is being utilized to sort of track that as part of the accountability measures? That would be number one. Number two, what formula is being utilized in order for them to reflect or evaluate step by step throughout the financial year, the impact and whether they are meeting the targets, rather than having a target tick box exercise? What is the formula that is currently being used to measure that? And then also on that, in terms of the aftercare program, how are we utilizing that aftercare program, which is the mentorship program, if I'm correct, and they will guide me in this regard? How is that also being utilized to ensure that we're able to scale up the SMMEs that are beneficiaries from the NYDA, or those who have been funded or upskilled by the NYDA, to further escalate them to go into the open market as well, and for them to be competitive in the open market and globally? Do we have a sense of which companies or a percentage of young people have had access to those opportunities? And then in terms of the interdepartmental collaboration, Chairperson, if I can just reflect back on it, if they can give us a sense of what those stakeholder engagements have been. Has there been any fruitful outcomes from that? Has there been anything tangible for implementation? Has there been anything already being implemented? And I think Honorable Zodetsi spoke to something of this nature, to say that how are we ensuring that the NYDA is able to lobby and advocate within sectors such as the industrialization sector, manufacturing, agriculture, etc. What has been the intervention of the NYDA in this regard, and what mechanisms are they putting in place to also track this? And I think that's very instrumental for us to have an appreciation of what is constitutionally mandated for the NYDA to deliver on their responsibilities to lobby and to, as part of advocacy across all spheres of society and sectors as well. And even speaking to that, Chairperson, if they can give us where they've had significant growth of youth participation in terms of the sectors, whether it be in the agricultural sector, the mining industry, manufacturing, etc. Can we please get a view of that and what the NYDA intends to do to further capacitate and upskill young people in those particular sectors coming from rural and township communities? Second to last, Chairperson, it would be coming to young persons with disabilities, with the disabled young persons. Let me say disabled young disabled youth strategic framework. Right, this was adopted, if I'm correct, last year. Which is very progressive, whereby the NYDA is looking to ensure that no youth is left behind. And I think this will also fall under the transformation committee that they have established, and we do applaud them for that. One would want a sense of what is they plan on monitoring the implementation of that particular framework. That's number one. Number two, what is the intended outcome of developing this framework? And then in terms of the transformation committee that has been established, can we get a sense of what its responsibilities will be, so that we also have an understanding whether it's going to be on advocacy for marginalized groups, or is it going to also be speaking towards economic transformation, etc.? Can we please get a clear sense of what is the mandate that will be carried out by the Transformation Committee? And then my last one, Chairperson, and I think Comrade Zodetsi also spoke to this, and other honorable members. I think Honorable Fisani spoke to this. In terms of the irregular expenditure that is currently outstanding, even though currently they do not have one, but there is one that is under review. I think if we can find clarity on that particular aspect, what it is that the NYDA is currently disputing, and where they have found areas where they are able to leverage they dispute and be able to substantiate why they are disputing it as part of them not having irregular and fruitless expenditure. And Chairperson, in terms of the upcoming travels and stakeholder engagement, one understands that the NYDA plays an instrumental role, not only nationally, but globally, in representing young South Africans across the country and being contributors within different platforms such as the BRICS, SADC, Pan-African Youth platforms, and other global platforms. Can we get an indication where NYDA is an active participant, and where, in terms of the outline for the 2026-2027 financial year, they are looking to participate, etc. So, Chairperson, thank you very much once again for the opportunity. I will stop there for now.
Thank you so much. Honorable Lonzi.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you and the members of the Portfolio Committee, the AG, and the leadership of the National Youth Development Agency. Perhaps, Chair, I must start by saying I agree with you that it would be very beneficial to the committee and the people of South Africa if we're to bring back the NYDA in a physical meeting and session where we'll be able to be interactive. Because I imagine, I mean, if all of us are asking questions and all of us have 10 different questions and about 8 or 9 of us, some questions may be lost, because the CEO or the chair is probably trying to jot down as much as possible. So what typically works best is how we did it the last time we were with them, Chair, where each member will get a moment to interact and ask questions and get immediate responses where they are. And then where there are no responses, they can respond in writing. I think that way, Chair, I agree with you and plea with the committee that we should set a time and a day where we'll be able to have such a session. Chair, it is not true that there is no fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the NYDA, because the Auditor-General came before us and said that there is 71 million rand which they've flagged. And just because the NYDA is opposing that flagging of the AG doesn't mean that that particular flagging falls away. The AG has said to us they've escalated the matter to the Treasury. And I mean, we deal with these things all the time. We know even in municipalities, when the AG says to a municipality that there's fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and then the CFO wants to contest the outcomes of the AG report, and there are processes that would go. So it's a lie that there's no fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There is 71 million rand that the Auditor-General of South Africa cannot account for in terms of the last financial year of the NYDA is there. And they have told us that they've written to the National Treasury, and we're also going to write to the National Treasury because we want to get to the bottom of that. So I've thought that it's very important to clear that, because there were some members who were trying to create an impression that there is no wasteful or fruitless expenditure in the NYDA. It's there. It's 71 million rands. And on top of that, there is 1 million rands. There was a member that raised it here, and I don't understand why the minister wants to be defensive about this point. 1 million rand spent on a trip to New York. Why must the chair and the deputy chair of the NYDA take 3 or 4 or 5 staff members? If really this is a bilateral way they must interact with people that they want to partner with, why must they have someone to carry the water, someone to carry the bag, and another person to carry the cell phone? Why can't the chair go alone? Or why can't the deputy chair go alone? Spending 1 million rand traveling to New York when so many young businesses are struggling in South Africa, when we've got so many unemployed youth in South Africa, when we've got so many people who are still crying to us as members of parliament, saying we keep writing to the NYDA, they're not responding to us. We keep submitting to the NYDA, they're not responding to us. But the NYDA has the luxury to spend millions of rand traveling overseas and bringing 2 or 3 or 4 staff members. The explanation from the minister simply does not stand. It's indefensible. It's nothing that can be defended by anyone. In fact, we expect the minister to call out the NYDA and say, these are not the things that you should be focusing on. Because the next question we're going to ask is, what are the timelines of these so-called partnerships? We've heard of these partnerships before. This is not the first board of the NYDA that we're interacting with. We've interacted with many other boards of the NYDA, and there is always talk of partnerships. Hey, we've signed the MOU. Hey, we've signed a partnership of this. 1,000 young people are going to be trained. And those things never materialize. So part of my written question to the NYDA, as I said, Chair, some of these questions I'm going to write to them, and I ask that the committee submits to them, is that what are the timelines of these so-called partnerships that they claim to have gotten into as a result of this trip of 1 million rand? When we look at the expenditure, I mean, I'm dealing with expenses here. Honorable Kanyela asked a really good question about the amounts. The amounts are there in the report they sent us. I just don't know why they didn't flag them in this meeting. 1.4 million rand spent on an NSFAS partnership in Nkandla outreach program. I do so many NSFAS outreach programs, by the way, and I don't even spend 5,000. I take my laptop, I organize some EFF Youth Command SRC presidents across the country. I take them to a community. We open a gazebo of the EFF, we put down a table, we open our 5 laptops, and we call high school learners to come and we assist them to apply for NSFAS. 1.4 million rands on one program. And we're told that partnered with NSFAS, connected with young people with information on available opportunities. Giving people information cost the NYDA 1.4 million rands. 1.2 million rands on a pre-SONA presidential youth engagement in Khayelitsha. Chair, I can even send you some of the pictures of that program. In fact, President Cyril Ramaphosa didn't even attend that particular program. There were hardly people in that particular venue. And one would ask the question, what would the 1.2 million rands be for that particular program? Now, I'm just naming a few. There's another one here, 900,000 on back-to-school campaigns. The deputy chair as well spent 646,000 on an indaba. Now, these are just a few. There are many of them. They are here in the reports. The NYDA doesn't seem to be spending money in impacting directly the lives of young people in South Africa. Instead, it spends money on these superficial programs, giving out information of NSFAS, handing out pamphlets. How can handing out pamphlets cost 1.4 million rands? It's totally unacceptable. And you were quite right, Chair, when you were opening the meeting, when you said, you know, for the first time probably in the history of this committee or this parliament, we had an NYDA board that was supported by all political parties. We know how it was so difficult to get this board to come in because there were many players, political players, who wanted to manipulate the processes and put in other people that the committee did not deem to have been with the right standard to form part of the NYDA. But this board came in supported by each and every political party, each and every member of this particular committee, but we are being disappointed each and every day. You can't tell me that it's a coincidence, Chair, that on the week leading up to the January 8th, the anniversary, the birthday celebration anniversary of the ANC is happening on Saturday. On Monday, in the same province, in the same region, there's an NYDA program. On Tuesday, there's an NYDA program. On Wednesday, there's an NYDA program. On Thursday, there's an NYDA program. And on Saturday, the ANC is celebrating its birthday. We must be made to believe that out of 9 provinces in South Africa, the NYDA that particular week, it just so happened that they will go to the Northwest and they will do build-up programs which happen to coincide with the birthday anniversary of the ANC. On top of that, each and every program, it's partnered either with the political leader of the ANC. If it's not the minister of the ANC, it's a deputy minister of the ANC. It's a president of the ANC Youth League. It's this. We were not children. We can't be persuaded otherwise. Like I said, this is not the first NYDA board that we've interacted with. The same thing happened last year with the last board. And we called it out, we problematized it when the ANC was celebrating its anniversary here in Khayelitsha. And the same thing happened. The ANC is celebrating on a Saturday. On Monday, the NYDA is all of a sudden in Khayelitsha. On Tuesday, the NYDA is in Khayelitsha. On Wednesday, the NYDA is in Khayelitsha. This board is repeating the exact same mistakes that we warned them about when we first met with them. We said, guys, we have got our full support. For the first time, we believe we've got a board that is not necessarily contaminated politically. None of you hold positions of leadership in political organizations. We feel that you've got a sense of independence. Of course, it's a free country, South Africa. You've got freedom of expression. We can't police which political party you decide to form part of. But at least we thought that there will be some level of impartiality. What happens? The first conference of the ANC Youth League comes. The whole chairperson of the NYDA board goes and gets elected as an additional member of the ANC Youth League. Why? Because our fight with the former chairperson of the NYDA board was that you cannot wear ANC regalia in a board meeting of the NYDA. Because even if it's unintended, even if you are doing it out of, it's an honest mistake, when a young person who votes for the IFP, or when a young person who belongs to the DA, or when a young person who does not belong to any political party for that matter, walks into the doors of the NYDA and finds the chairperson of the NYDA either wearing or belonging to a structure of the ANC or the ANC Youth League, immediately the message that is communicated to society is that this person is not here to serve me as a young person who does not belong to the ANC or the ANC Youth League. This person is here to further entrench the politics of the ANC, to campaign for the ANC and the ANC Youth League, and to take resources of the NYDA and redirect them in the direction of the ANC Youth League and the ANC programs. If I was the chair of the NYDA, of course, we can't force it, we've got freedom of expression. If I was serious about doing right and saying, look, this was an oversight, this should not have happened, we're willing to start again on a clean slate, I would resign as an additional member of the ANC Youth League immediately and say, I am ready to serve all young people in South Africa, not a clique and an elite of a political party. So a lot, because of the nature of our engagement, Chair, I felt that these questions that I have may not necessarily be helpful to put them one by one, because again, I prefer much more interactive engagement, but I'm going to send them to you in writing. But there is one very important question that I have to ask, because the ARC committee presented before us today, and the minister in her opening remarks spoke about a particular AGM of the NYDA. Now, I've read the NYDA Act, and there's nothing in the NYDA Act that speaks about an AGM, nothing. So it was an illegal meeting. And I don't understand why that can't be understood by a minister at that level, that a simple reading of the NYDA Act will tell you that there is no such thing as an AGM in the NYDA. Now, if we're going to have an illegal meeting, taking illegal decisions, then we're never going to be able to correct these wrongs that we're mentioning now in the NYDA. I've just got one important question. The other ones I'll submit in writing. Do we have an audit and risk committee in the NYDA? Because in as far as the guiding legislation is concerned, that term of office has lapsed. And these people who presented before us today have no local standing to present before this parliament, because there is no audit and risk committee before in the NYDA, now, currently in the NYDA. And there is no minister who can tell us that she called some AGM, which is not even listed in the NYDA Act, to come and extend or appoint new people to form part of the Audit and Risk Committee. Because if we don't get the Audit and Risk Committee right, then we're going to keep getting findings from the Auditor-General, where the executive of the NYDA wants to object to those findings, and we have to keep escalating these matters to National Treasury. So this is a very important question that I need to be answered, but I want the board of the NYDA to also reflect on the comments which I've made, Chair, to say that really we had high hopes for this board, but the direction that they are taking is the direction that is actually going to erase all those hopes, that is going to erase all of us and the aspirations that we're having, saying we're looking forward to the work that this board is going to do, and it's going to further draw the divide and the trust deficit that the people of South Africa have in the NYDA. Because as things stand, we're seeing this NYDA as a proxy and a campaign tool, electioneering campaign tool of the ANC, not an NYDA that should be serving the general youth and unemployed youth and young SMMEs, small business owners, small entrepreneurs of South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lonzi. I fully concur with you again that we will convene a meeting in April. In fact, towards the end of April, there will be a 2-week. Sorry about that. There'll be a 2-week oversight period where I think we will set aside a 1-day, full-day meeting with the NYDA so that we can have proper engagements, as you said, where we allow time for members to ask their questions and get their responses. I want to say to the NYDA, before I ask my questions and I hand back to the NYDA, I want board members to participate in the discussions when we go to the answers. So we also want to hear from board members. I also want to say, given the limited time that we've got together this morning, I am going to give some resolutions towards the end, but I think it will be prudent of you as the leadership of the NYDA to go back to the recording and make sure that you listen back to all the questions and where you have missed some of the answers, that you submit that to us in writing. We will give you 2 weeks to do so. Okay, so I have asked about the consistent ICT challenges. I think we obviously need an answer in that regard. With regards to visibility, I would be interested to know how many mobile trucks do you as the NYDA currently have in operation? I would also like to know, because I have received complaints with regard to the January 8th participation in activities as flagged by Honourable Lonzi, which was sent to my office. I would like to know what research was done that informed your decision to take your services to the week leading up to the January 8th statement. I also want to know, how did you deal as a board with the complaint that was sent to you from a group of citizens, disabled citizens, with regard to the treatment that they received? I also would like to know, another complaint that reached my office was with regard to the appointment of Mr. Zungu, who heads up the KZN operations. I believe that there is unhappiness at the KZN office, that he was appointed to head up the NYDA in KZN without the requisite qualifications, and that he was only an intern 2 years ago. So I want to know whether there's a report that I can be furnished with that would satisfy me that he was appointed on merit and that it wasn't some type of jobs for pals scenario. So I would also like to get an indication with regard to the appointment of Mr. Zungu as head of KZN operations, whether he's suitably qualified and suitably experienced. Let me hand back to you, Dr. Muyende, to deal with your responses and to allocate also responses to your board and to the CEO, CFO and others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. We welcome some of the inputs and guidance that we've received from members of the Portfolio Committee. And as Chair has indicated, that some of the questions we're going to provide written responses on that regard once we receive the written questions. I think the first one, Chair, that I would want to maybe first start with, I think the other question was on the youth consultation, on how we're able to ensure that all young people participate. The consultation was a hybrid. So the ones that were called in person were leaders of civil society organization and political parties, but young people leading up to the day of the youth consultation were submitting their comments or input or clarity seeking questions on the work that the NYDA was doing, to ensure that there's active participation and ensure that there's inclusivity in terms of the views of young people on the work of the NYDA. And then in terms of the Home Affairs issue, the NYDA has started engagements with the department in terms of the integration of the system, which is our ERP system and the system of Home Affairs, to try and deal with issues of IDs. That has been an issue. I think it was also raised in the ARC report. And then also the government departments that we've been working with. I think one of the honorable members did ask if we're working with Department of Small Business. Yes, we are. We are working closely with the minister. The minister is also going to be launching a youth fund, and the NYDA, we're working closely with that. And the CEO is part of the steering committee on that regard. And we're also working with Department of Trade and Industry Minister Pakstow on the transformation fund that the president had put in place, I think, in the previous State of the Nation address, to try and see how young people can be able to access the transformation fund. And then in terms of the ICT and the questions regarding that, the CEO is going to take that particular question. And then in terms of the graduate placement, so the NYDA does work closely with organizations like SA.Mobi, Harambe, and different entities to try and address issues of graduate youth unemployment. And we're also in conversations with the Minister of Public Service and Administration to see how vacancies that are currently there in government, how those can be set aside for young people. Majority of the times you understand that the issue becomes experience when there's a deputy director or director post where a young person does have the qualification, but the issue is experience. So we're trying to ensure that those particular red tapes that are there, how do we ensure that those are removed so that young people are able to be placed on those particular jobs? And our minister is leading that particular conversation, and we're also providing the minister with a database. Yes, the NYDA does have a database, our job placement database, where we're able to see how many young people are able to register if they are seeking for job opportunities. So we're going to be able to use that particular database and other entities that also have databases for young people that are looking for jobs in trying to address the issue of graduate placement. And then the issue of opportunities or the impact that we have, I think the other honorable member would have asked the issues around how do we ensure that there is sustainable impact in terms of the work that we're doing, particularly in rural areas. One of the things that we are going to be having are youth service days. I think in KZN, the premier, I think last week, they've launched something that they call service delivery Thursdays, something along those lines, where mayors in different areas, they go and report on issues of service delivery. But how we want to do it on our side is to have all services and opportunities pertaining to young people being provided at government venues or government facilities. So for example, if a young person, there's a job opportunity or there are bursaries that are available, those government departments with those particular opportunities are made available in for example, in KZN, there are places, Ogutwa is Tusong centers. So we have government departments being available in Tusong centers to provide the different opportunities that are there for young people. So if it's job opportunities, young people know that they're going to come and apply in those particular centers to try and bridge the gap and trying to ensure that there is impact and sustainability in the work that we're going to be doing. I think the other honorable member would have asked issues of data access. So in different spaces as this new board, we've advocated the issues of data access for young people. One of the challenges that we had during our NSFAS drives was that young people complaining that they don't have data to access NSFAS or even apply and upload some of their documents. So we are having a meeting with the Minister of Communications, Minister Soli, to see if there's a way where young people in South Africa are able to access all opportunities that they would want, be it job opportunities, be it funding opportunities, at a zero-rated platforms. So if there's an advert that seeks to assist young people in terms of any job placement, any SETA opportunities, young people are able to access those data free without them having to buy data. Then if a young person now wants to go on Instagram and other things that are luxury, then they can pay they can pay for that, because we are saying that data in South Africa is very expensive, particularly for young people in rural areas. They struggle to access data, even access connectivity for that matter. If you go to Mkhanyakude, if you go to the Eastern Cape, the deep rural areas, the issues of connectivity. So we're saying that there's a need for us to move to a space that says young people access those particular opportunities without necessarily requiring data. So those conversations are at an early stage. Then I think when we come and report to the portfolio committee, we're going to be able to indicate our engagements with the minister, how they've taken us thus far. And then in terms of the transformation committee that the members of portfolio committee have asked us about. So the transformation committee, what it seeks to do is an advocacy, it's an advocacy committee more than anything. So it seeks to advocate for marginalized groups, in particular persons with disability, LGBTQIA+, and young people living and young people from rural areas. One of the issues that we picked up when we got into office is that the reason why we have low percentage or low impact when it comes to persons with disabilities that they struggle to access our products and services, because some of them are blind young persons. Some of them, they even struggle to access our offices because our offices are not pretty much accessible for some young persons with disability. So this particular transformation committee looks at those areas to see that the products and services or the work that we're doing, does it cover LGBTQIA+ persons? Does it cover persons living with disability? Is the agency in its entirety really relating or is it attractable to marginalized groups? Even issues of young women in different areas, our products and services applicable to them or accessible to them. So that's the purpose of the transformation committee, because when we entered office, we saw that the agency, to a certain extent, we have not been meeting our targets in certain areas because of the current barriers that are there. So that's the reason why we put in place the transformation committee, so that our programs and products are accessible and inclusive to all persons, particularly the marginalized groups. I think on the issues of relating to some of the work that we're doing as the agency, our communications has tried over time to be responsive. When we got to the agency, one of the challenges that we had young people that are complaining on our social media and they were not getting any responses. A young person would say, I've applied for a BMT certificate and we're not responding to that. So there's been a level of responsiveness that we young people are currently receiving, because even if your application is not being processed for whatever reason, we've requested that the CEO, young people are told that this is the reason why your application has not been processed, and how best can we then as an agency meet that particular young person halfway. But we also have our testimony Thursday, where we have had different young people coming up front to say, this is how the NYDA has assisted me. In that, we're trying to achieve transparency, to say young people that are accessing or that are beneficiaries of the NYDA, they're benefiting just because of a transparent process that they undertake. So those are some of the things that we would have done. I think when it comes to the issue of the New York trip, I think the AG had indicated that they're going to look at it during the.
Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry for interrupt, but I don't know why not accept me or inform me about this particular committee. I don't know, but it's okay. Continue.
Kapisa, I need to apologize to you. You know what has transpired? We have not had a committee secretary.
From last year, October, till now, I've got the same problem about this portfolio committee. I'm going to take this matter to Speaker of Parliament now. Thanks.
Yes, I was trying to explain to you, Kapisa, that this portfolio committee has not had the committee secretary. He was off on leave. He had a bereavement last year and a bereavement early in this year. We don't have a committee assistant. And Ms. Silly, who is my secretary, has been doing the work of 3 people. And she has not had access to the the actual WhatsApp group to be able to add you to that WhatsApp group. So this was not anything meant to discriminate or to be disrespectful towards you. You know that I always treat you in a manner that, I value your inputs and your participation in this committee. So please do accept my apologies, and you are free to raise it with the relevant powers at Parliament, who understands that this committee has really not had the support that it requires. I apologize, Dr. Miende. You can continue. I also saw the hand of Mr. Makanya, the Deputy Chair, so he will follow after you. You were still busy with your responses.
Thank you very Honorable Chair. One of the things I think Honorable Kanyile would have asked about sorry about that, Chair. I think one of the questions that Honorable Kanyile would have asked about is about gala dinners and ceremonies. When he assumed office, Chair, we're very much clear as this board that this board is not going to be found in hotels. We're not going to be found having luxurious events in hotels. And so ever since we started office, there have not been any gala dinners. There have not been any events where we're looking very nice. That has not happened. We said that all our engagements are going to be in community halls. And that's the reason why when we had our pre-sona, we had it in Kalicha in a community on a municipality facility. And as well as one of the things I think Honorable would have asked about our mobile offices or having sustainable access. I think the issue that I raised initially about us having youth service delivery days or us having our officials present in government or in Tusong centers every other Thursday is our way of trying to address issues of accessibility of the agency while trying to prevent increasing the headcount of the agency, because increasing access or having offices in different areas or in every district or every municipality increases our headcount as an agency. But I think I'm going to request the Deputy Chair to respond on issues of partnerships, the donor frameworks, and the work that has been done in terms of investment. And then the CEO thereafter is going to respond on other issues, including the CFO and Ms. Duma. But Chair, as I requested that some of the responses, we're going to provide them in writing. I thank you.
No, greetings, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the committee, as well as our Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. I think some of the areas of concern have been highlighted and questions and inputs have been made. And I think most of them, if not all, have been noted. And I think we obviously at the right time will respond accordingly through our chairperson. Mine is not to respond to all of the questions, but I think there have been a few related to partnerships and investments, Chair, which I think that maybe chairperson would have left off on some of the areas. So particularly around the youth fund work, where we found that the agency is not utilizing, so in the NYDA Act, there's what we call the National Youth Fund, which over the years has not been operating efficiently. And currently we are looking at putting together a strategy on making sure that we capitalize that youth fund and consolidating all those efforts, because there's various provincial youth funds in KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and currently the strategy is looking at how do we consolidate all of those provincial youth funds into one national youth fund that will be rolled out across. I think Honorable Chauke asked about prospective investments or prospective partnerships that we think would, are looking positive. I think we're happy to report that we went to the mining Indaba and the Joburg Indaba, where there were various private sector companies, mining houses that we were able to speak to and engage regarding investments into youth development projects, into enterprise development projects, into business development projects. And there's quite some good appetite there particularly from the mining sector, as well as even in agriculture. There's an ongoing conversation with the Land Bank, which is at an advanced stage, where we would be rolling out increased capital and funding for young people, specifically in agriculture, who are looking to go into commercial farming, where we would be leveraging our grant program together with their different financing instruments. So those are some of the prospective projects in terms of partnerships that we are looking at in terms of mining houses, but specifically even in agriculture with the Land Bank. And there's quite a number of with the Mpumalanga tourism and economic development, where we are looking to renew that youth fund partnership, which I think over the years has been running quite well. So there's quite a number of work, but I think at the right time would be able to come back and report positively on some of the increased investment opportunities and economic opportunities that we've identified for young people in South Africa, that were quite positive, that there'll be some great stories to tell. And I think on the other areas related to travel, some of the inputs are noted, and we will obviously respond through our chairperson. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy
sorry,
Chair.
Chair.
Yes, Chairperson, you can lead the other responses.
Yes, Chair, I would have maybe requested Chair maybe to just take hands maybe from the other board members if they want to add something maybe before my executive comes through. I'm not sure, Chair, if that is okay.
That's fine. Let's see.
Okay, board members, if anyone wants to add anything. Chair, there's board member Ngumalo who has raised their hand.
Okay, she can proceed.
I'm not seeing, and okay, it's only them for now.
Yeah, okay. Board Member Ngumalo, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. I'm just going to put on my camera so you can briefly see me, and then I'll switch it off for just the connectivity. I think on my side, I want to answer about the LGBTI activities. It's amazing because it's been the first time we've had someone from the community within the board, and we have had some successful programs, specifically with Kasi Pride in terms of engagement within the community sector. We also are about to have another engagement within KZN that's coming up, that's going to be speaking specifically on entrepreneurship and the LGBTI community. I think this is important because it's usually a community that's mostly forgotten, and it's nice that marginalized communities are able to access the board within itself. We also have an ongoing conversation that we're currently having right now with the Tummy Dish Foundation, which is an openly LGBTI community that everyone knows. And we also did participate in the Feather Awards with them last year. So I think starting these engagements with our community members who are minorities is very important moving forward. And we also did have another conversation with Soweto Pride to see how we can leverage and work together, because there's many issues that the community faces. We know that hate crime is still on the rise, and it's something that's very challenging within the community. And some of the responsibility also does not only lie specifically on the board, it is a collective responsibility of society. So we're going to see how we can all work together in terms of championing the issues of minority. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Numalo. I see the hand of Board Member Maua.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to all honourable members, Minister and Deputy Minister. I'll just come in on 2 points. The first is that the ARC interviews are at or processes at an advanced stage, and an update will be provided to the committee timeously. And the second one, on the question or on the issue of identity document, as the board, we are fully cognizant that some of the challenges that young people are facing cannot be solved by the agency alone. And, these are systematic and often require coordinated inter-departmental responses. And in relation to this, we are aware of the national crisis affecting young people in accessing documentation through the Department of Home Affairs, and through our multiple visitations to schools, to shelters, and to children's homes. We have encountered a growing and deeply concerning number of young people who are effectively stateless due to the lack of proper documentation. And this reality, honorable members, limits their ability to access education, employment opportunities, social services, and broader economic participation. And our response as an agency is that we have initiated plans to engage in structured consultations with the relevant government departments and stakeholders to explore more sustainable and practical interventions, because as a board, our objective is to facilitate coordinated solutions that ensure that young people are not only excluded from opportunities simply because they do not have documents. We do remain committed to collaborative governance and to ensuring that no young person is left behind due to systematic administrative barriers. I will end there. Thank you very much.
I also see the hand of Ms. Baloy and then Mr. Makatini.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to confirm if you are able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to understand the protocol observed. Chair, with regards to the strategic relationships that we are engaging in on a board, I just want to confirm that through the Just Imagery transition, as a board, as the NYDA, we are being intentional in engaging parties in that sector. We have engaged with 2 of the 6 energy entities that have, we are engaging with them right now, and we have possible MOUs that we will be signing with them with regards to getting young people in the energy space. What we have seen, and I hope that the committee is able to take this forward, that many of the departments, and when we're speaking about the intergovernmental relations framework, many of the departments do not have updated youth in the particular department's strategy. And that is something that hinders we exposing young people to the different departments. So it is something that we're really looking at, and something that we really need to engage with the cabinet with regards to that youth strategy. It will make it easier for us as a board, as the agency, to ensure the pathways for young people to enter into those different departments. So that is one thing that I do want to note on of one of the questions that was asked as to the strategic parties with the department, is that we are entering into we have engaged with the departments, especially the Department of Energy, with regards to the just energy transition, as well as the opportunities that is available for the young people in that space. That will be it from my side. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baloy. Mr. Makatini, followed by Dr. Mbata.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. I'd like to stand on the protocol observed. Hopefully I'm audible.
You are, sir. Please.
Okay. So, what I'd like to say, since we've launched the disability strategy will be the mechanism that we'll use to ensure that persons with disabilities, LGBTQ and persons in rural areas have access. And this is a mechanism that we'll use to make sure that people don't feel marginalized within the agency. And we will also have mechanisms that will put in place, and we have also started rolling out the disability strategy. We've already had a workshop where we were making sure that workers are now, they are taught on how to handle and deal with first line with persons with disabilities, and we had a good turnout. We are also going to continue having workshops within the different areas. So that's what I just wanted to speak upon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, board member. Dr. Mbata, you'll be the last one.
Firstly, allow me to stand on existing protocol and also express my gratitude, more especially from the contribution made by committee members. Chair, I would like to start by highlighting what drives our mandate, more especially as the new board, understanding very well the inequalities that exist within our society. So we are operating in the ecosystem, Chair, whereby we, by all means, we are trying to measure the impact of the agency through what we define as economic variables. However, when we want to approach the society, we come in a society that requires you to firstly recognize the inequalities that exist before you take the initiative toward ensuring development. That as a result, our assessment of the agency has been based on the economic aspect of sustainable development, while the social aspect continue to crumble within the society. So I think that what drives us now, and also that what drives our mandate to say that we want to ensure that NYDA is more inclusive and also is more accessible. So in what we define as a criterion to define the measures and contribution of the NYDA, we have that problem to say the committees that were existing, it will continue with that tendency to assess the impact of our programs through the econometric variables. So in call now for the transformation committee was one of the solid grounds now to say we want to evaluate carefully the social economic pillar of the sustainable development, and also in terms of understanding very well what is going on, especially in the rural communities, the informal settlements, and also in the townships, whereby we believe that most of the programs that we're initiating as the NYDA were not that much reaching these communities. So now with that transformative committee, we want to assess our contribution in that space carefully, and also use the committee now to ensure that we account on the social development of sustainable development goals, because this is the aspect that is not critically assessed or evaluated. So now, Chair, it becomes scary now if you want to initiate a program, more especially, for example, in rural areas, because that program does not necessarily come with the fact that you are taking services to that community. But we have to think that this is the community that did not benefit extensively in the development, because they are quite exclusive with the issues of infrastructural development and access to some of the programs that we want to stage. You will find out that we are going to Eastern Cape, and then therefore you establish a program in a rural community whereby the institutions or the high schools themselves, they have a difference or a distance of 20 kilometers. Now, if you want to create a collaborative program, you have to invite all these schools to attend that program. And that will come with what we define, it will be attached with the money that will have to pay for the transport to take the students from other schools to so that they will be available in the program that we are staging. But now we turn to operating fear in terms of initiating programs like that, more especially for rural communities. Then therefore that becomes a problem now in us having an ability to achieve our goal, because we have that in mind to say that whatever social program that we want to establish, its evaluation will be on the basis of the economic anticipation, right? Instead of assessing the impact of that program, we've got a situation whereby how much money did we spend in that social program. So I think those are the issues, Chair, that we are facing when we go to communities. To some extent, Chair, that we even go with these back to school programs, we might have a much concern to say the money attached to them is too big. But the impacts, the realities that we are facing when we go to these back to school programs, we find that in schools there are students who are still who does not have shoes, or they're going barefooted to school, they do not have trousers and skirts, and then you realize that even what we did with the back to school programs that we had was not enough for those communities. So that's what I wanted to highlight, share extensively, to say that can we try to ensure the balance when we assess our contribution to the Sustainable Development Plan? Let us not only measure the impact through the economic pillar, let us try to be inclusive also of the social pillar, which does not have much of the resources, but it demands the economic pillar for it to function. I think if we can have a balance of that, Chair, we will be able to grab and also to give the motivation to the board in terms of allowing its scope of operation, where in our commitment to ensure inclusivity and also to ensure that the NYDA is decentralized towards all communities of our society. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mbata. Dr. Miyende, I'm going to hand back to you to hand over to your executive to deal with responses in 5 minutes. I did ask the question about Mr. Zungu. I don't know if you're going to be giving us a written report in that regard. I also, following the questions from Honorable Lonzi, had asked you about the research that informed the decision for the NYDA to take their services to the January 8th statement, or the lead up to the January 8th statement. So I don't know if you also want to provide us with a written report in that regard. Also, with regard to the status of the Audit Risk Committee, we also need an answer in that regard. You can indicate what you will be responding to now with your executive in the 10 minutes, but there are very key issues that we do need to get answers to, whether in writing or now in person. But back to you, Dr. Miyende.
Thank you very much, Chair. The one relating to the KZN Regional Manager, the Portfolio Committee is going to receive that particular report in writing. The one also pertaining to the ARC, the Portfolio Committee is going to receive that in writing because it's a process that still needs to go to the Executive Authority. And also the one relating to the research done that led to the NYDA being in the Northwest during the January 8th statement. I think that is going to be provided as well because it's indicated in our operational plan, which was finalized before we even came into office, but we're going to be able to provide all that in writing. But I'm going to request through the CEO that the CFO comes through to clarify the issue of irregular and wasteful expenditure that the honorable members have indicated. Maybe CEO, can you come through and then you allow the CFO to come through as well? Thank you, through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair, Dr. Miyende. Honourable Chair, maybe as Dr. Miyende has advised, the CFO can come in to provide responses on the questions and submissions around finances, then followed by the human resource questions as well. And then I think the other questions that have been tabled also provide responses to, and also guide as well in terms of which ones will outline in writing to detail some of the processes and so forth that may relate to those questions. Through you, Honourable Chair, I'll request the CFO to come in. CFO?
Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify the matter. I think, Chair, as management, we do stand firm that as part of the process in confirming irregular expenditure, full ventilation needs to be done in the consultation process with the National Treasury that owns the compliance framework. The three matters at hand, which were alleged by the Auditor-General, which management does not agree with and has sought the technical advisory to the Auditor-General, have been disclosed in our annual report. The first one relates to the misinterpretation of sourcing quotation from panel of suppliers. The panel of suppliers that we have has been appointed via a compliant bid process. There is a National Treasury interpretation note that guides how we source quotations from the panel that has been compliantly appointed. We used that interpretation note to look at the circumstances that the agency was facing at that particular time. And therefore, that does give us room as an agency to apply the judgment test around the circumstances. And we believe, therefore, there is a misinterpretation that does warrant us to really get a solid technical advice from the National Treasury, given that the panel that was used was fully compliant. There was no instances of irregular sourcing of quotation from non-compliant service providers. What we have done also, we are not sitting and folding our arms in waiting for this advisory. We are in an advanced stage where the Accounting Authority, actually now in the March cycle, will be considering, as would be recommended by the Audit and Risk Committee, the revised SCM policy. We've taken a stance as management that we ought to also ensure that the wording in our policy is not ambiguous. As much as we would have interpretation notes, much as we would have instruction notes from National Treasury, our policy needs to be very clear in layman's term on how we then operationalize those interpretation notes when we face instances of this nature, which will then assist us as an agency to close this item now and in future for the upcoming leadership and the SAM team. So we're quite confident as management. We're going to fully ventilate this process of the advisory, and we're also going to fully adhere to the process of determination when we do get there, and the process of investigation when we do get there when it comes to this compliance matters. The second matter is very also quite important, and that is more on the technical side of accounting. You'd understand that the National Youth Development Agency is a Schedule 3A. We prepare our financial statements on an accrual basis of accounting. It does require us to take into account some non-cash items such as provisions, just as an example, where our budget would be on a cash basis. We are not like the departments. We don't present on a cash basis. Now, there is a technical disclosure. You would see also, Honorable Chairperson, that in this year under reporting, our note 34 is very comprehensive to provide a specific reconciliation between non-cash items and those that impact this alleged irregular. We have also escalated it to the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, who owns the framework of irregular expenditure, and they have actually written back to us and referred us to the Office of the Accountant-General. And that's just an indicator that this doesn't necessarily even form part of their framework. So we are dealing with this matter through the Office of the Accountant-General. The third one reads irregular expenditure due to no pre-approval of travel authorization forms. Honorable Chairperson, you'll also recall that in our presentation, we have been escalating and elevating how the organization has successfully transitioned some operating models to the ERP. Travel pre-approvals being one of them. So we were in a transition phase, so we have pre-approvals on our ERP system. We no longer have manual forms, and that is why management was strong in contesting this one as well, because we do pre-approval. So we will allow the process to unfold. We were also going to wait for the National Treasury to come back to us, but also continue with the process that we ought to follow with the compliance framework to ensure by the time we submit the annual financial statements on the 31st of May, this irregular expenditure has a firm standing, or whether it's still under assessment because of which reasons, or we have actually resolved the matters, and which we are confident that we will be able to resolve. There was also another question, Honorable Chairperson, quickly looking at the workshops, the events and the galas. As the Chairperson did allude to, the organization is not spending on events and galas. We actually see a downward trajectory if you look at our financial statements when it comes to the expenditure on workshops. What's the beauty of our financial statements is that it separates the expenditure on workshops to those that are purely supporting the operations in the administration program. You would see that in operational expense. It also separates it to those that are specifically project disbursements related, which are specifically part of the implementation plans of projects, and also thirdly, those that are funded fully through the donor agreements. We do see a downward trajectory. the expenditure in this reporting period is actually only 2% of the total expenditure. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and CEO, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. CFO, thanks for that. Honorable Chair, I would like to request then the Executive Director for Corporate Services that does cover HR to also respond to some of the questions that relate to human resources. ED Duma.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson. So in relation to the question that was asked about the key positions, as per the AG recommendation, we confirm that the key positions were filled. That include the position of a CFO, CEO, and senior management, especially in the finance unit. And then there was a question that relates to the impact of non-filling of positions. So we don't have a negative impact in a sense that we do have a talent acquisition strategy. So this is the strategy that immediately addresses the issues of filling job openings that we have within the organization. So this will include secondment appointments, acting appointments, temporary appointments, and in some fields it will be internship appointments. But we confirm that the recruitment process is underway, and over the past few months there is a total of 71 positions that has been advertised, and we're in a process of filling those positions. And just lastly, just to touch, I know that we said there will be a written report regarding the appointment of Mr. Zungu. Chairperson, I would like to confirm that Mr. Zungu, as he was appointed as a regional manager, he does meet the minimum requirement of the position. The requirement of the position was NQF level 7, 6 years experience, 3 years at management level, and we do confirm that he did tick all the 3 boxes. But we will share a recruitment pack which will include the recruitment report, the qualifications and CVs of the applicants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to ED Duma. Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, I do think on some of the other areas that were raised by honorable members, such as the small proportion of beneficiaries that relate that are young people with disabilities. I think, Chair, this was of course during the 2024-2025 reporting period, those particular numbers, but of course we have since in this period launched the disability strategy, and it also has informed the work that we have done as it relates to the draft APP that we of course will be tabling before the portfolio, presenting to the portfolio committee as well, in terms of the effect of the disability strategy and the performance targets that we've set to operationalize that particular body of work. Chairperson, you've also highlighted the I think what would be the concerns around what would have happened in the institution regarding ICT appointments and the stabilization of ICT, and of course given its priority when it comes to the audit findings. We can confirm that that is a process where we're making a significant progress, and it is a process of continuous improvement. On the one side, it's of course managing the change management process across the organization, given that there are different levels of literacy when it comes to technology, even in the organization. And so that's an ongoing process where we hold every second week refreshers for different colleagues with respect to the usage of the technology in the organization. And so there we do anticipate to register progress when it comes to the performance and efficiency gains in the organization. The other items that relate to the program design specifically that have been raised by honorable members, of course, linking the work of the agency to the labor market demands, that's certainly a lens that is the lens that we approach our work in, together with the lens that Dr. Mbata would have highlighted to really balance the priorities, because we do also acknowledge that even in the design and the implementation of programs, there are biases that we need to be aware and conscious of, so that we are not, in our attempt to be inclusive, that we do not become exclusive as well. And so that is a consciousness that we do have, of course, being guided by the accounting authority. Some of the data points that have been requested, Honorable Chairperson, from honorable members regarding the databases that we use, the databases regarding young people that have been funded in specific districts and so forth. I think that's certainly part of the segregation of data recommendations that we've received from the portfolio committee, and we'll continue to strengthen and enhance that so that members of the committee are then able to really dig down in being able to exercise the oversight responsibilities in that regard. So in the next reports, that those breakdowns will certainly be provided. There were also, Honourable Chairperson, questions that were asked regarding, the number of enterprises that have been funded. Are they still operational, and where do they come from? We do have those data points, and we have, of course, in this last quarter, in fact, we started it in Q3, undertaking an impact or a grant evaluation study, which is an independent one. And so we're looking forward to the results of that particular report that we would then be able to share with honourable members, that really outlines the value or lack thereof, if any, of the grant evaluation program over the last 4 to 5 years. And so I think that will be rich information that will enable the work and the impact work that we're doing. But maybe finally, Honourable Chair, this also includes around, there was a question around the grant funding and whether or not certain areas have collapsed or not. This is just to confirm that part of the programs, a prerequisite for funding is indeed business management training. And should candidates successfully complete that particular training, then they have the prospects of being funded. To support that work, it's market linkage work, which is also reported in the APP as well, together with business consultancy services, which for instance, support young people who might not have financials, but maybe want to grow their businesses and get support elsewhere, the compliance records and so forth. And each and every young person that is approved for funding is linked with a mentorship support as well, just to ensure that it's holistic support that is, of course, provided on the delivery side. I think, Chair, the other submissions, of course, will indeed submit them in writing. But I think maybe in closing, Chair, to some of the questions that have been put forward by honourable members is the focus, of course, from a management point of view, is one, strengthening really optimizing the strengths of the organization as it stands, but also addressing quite efficiently with timelines the weaknesses that may exist in the organization in order to fully deliver on the mandate of the agency. And so there's that awareness and there's that acknowledgement from the team, under the theme of really building what we call an intelligent NYDA, which is self-aware, but also leverages data to really drive its operations. On the other side, Chair, it's really on driving the lobbying and advocacy work on the issues that have been highlighted by honourable members, and that is where partnerships are important, and also the guidance and partnerships with the honourable members of the committee as well, where we need support in terms of being able to engage certain departments and so forth, together with the support we're getting from our executive authority. That, I think, is a big area that can be a win as well for the work that the committee is also doing in supporting the agency as well. Honourable Chair, I would potentially like to pause at that point, and then the other submissions will, of course, be submitted in writing. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the board members, the chair, deputy chair, and all board members that participated. And also the CFO and all contributors this morning. We're completely out of time, unfortunately. I do know that some members would like to ask follow-up questions, but I'm really going to appeal to you, honourable members, because we've got another item on the agenda.
Chair, what about me? Because it was not my problem. Is your problem?
No. You know what, Honourable Kaula? I'm informed that you were emailed all the documents and the link. So now you are disrupting me when I've apologized that you were not added to the WhatsApp group. I gave you an explanation, but also you did receive the documents via email and the invitation. So now I'm pleading with you, Honourable Kaula, that I'm going to allow you to submit all your questions in writing so that you are able, and I will facilitate the responses. So you will give it to me in writing and I will facilitate the response. So please, because we are out of time.
Because even my peer in my side, They didn't get anything. So to me, it looked like someone hiding me, put me in the jail and killing
No,
my
you are not in
rights.
the jail. You are a free citizen. You are free to participate. So please send your questions to me today that you want answers to, and I will liaise with Dr. Miende that they prioritize your responses.
Yeah, we
Because
got plenty children can take that position for secretary for your portfolio committee. Thanks. Bye.
thank you, Mamkola. Thank you that you're also willing to support the work of the committee. So let me then just say in closing, as we've agreed to, that we'll have a physical meeting in April and we will communicate the date. It will be a full day session. We will also inform you timeously, Board Chairperson, of what is required for you to submit to us before that full day session. As I've said, I want the leadership of the NYDA to please go back to the recording of today to make sure that you answer all the questions, those that have not been answered here this morning or this afternoon. Then to add, of course, that Honourable Kola will also be submitting the questions that she couldn't ask today due to our internal challenges. She will be submitting those in writing. In dealing with issues around conflict of interest and the need to be able to act without fear, favour and prejudice, I would like a copy of the code of conduct that guides the work of board members. If you do have one, I would like to get a copy of that. With regards to international travel, we would like to have a report on the size of delegations, role of each staff member, cost incurred for flights, accommodation, ground transport, purpose and duration of all trips of all board members since you took office. In other words, we want a full cost benefit analysis as well. We are going to ask you to submit to us as well your second and third quarter comprehensive reports for 2025-2026, which will, amongst others, require details on financial and non-financial matters, which includes the activities of board members. And we will require, as you've indicated, Dr. Miende, that you will submit to us a report on the spend and activities at January 8 in Northwest, as well as the research that informed your decision to take the services there, including how the complaint was dealt with by persons with disabilities, the report on Mr. Zungu's appointment, the report on the term of office that has lapsed of the Audit Risk Committee, and the Auditor-General to report back to this committee once National Treasury has concluded on the matter of irregular expenditure. And we are asking you to please submit all of this documentation to us that is required, all the reports and information within the next 2 weeks. So colleagues, we are completely out of time. That's what I said in the intro, that we would need more time going forward with you as the NYDA. We thank you very much for your time this morning. Thank you also to you, Honourable Minister, for being with us. Thank you to the Honourable Deputy Minister. Thank you to all the officials, all the departmental officials. Is there anything that you would like? I see your cameras on, Minister. Do you want to say goodbye to us?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and we welcome the input and the questions and comments made by honourable members in whatever way and form. We do take them seriously. Some, they actually alert us to some of the things that might be remaining in our blind spot, and they help. However, Chairperson, I think I wanted to say this on just this one question, because I had quite a number of responses that I had. But I just want to say something about the AGM, which was referred to as being illegal. Section 6 of the National Youth Development Agency Amendment Act, 6.2, it says the agency must, in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act, submit to the Minister a report on the financial status of the agency and supply the Minister with information in connection with the activities of the agency upon written request of the Minister. The Minister must table the reports contemplated in subsection 1 and 2 in Parliament within 90 days of receipt of thereof. The Minister decided that for the quarterly reports, she will write to the entity or agency whilst on receipt of those reports on what she has observed, and write to the board whilst the DG writes to the CEO. on the annual report, well within the right of the minister, she decided that she's going to convene a meeting of the board and invite whoever she feels he is part of, should be part of that report to that meeting, so that the board can then give report on its annual activities and financial status for the year to the meeting to the minister in that meeting. The minister, well within her right, decided that in those meetings, she's going to decide on whether she approves the annual report and the financial statement or not. And that is well within the right of the minister, because the minister decided on that one, and that the annual report is annual anyway, that will happen every year. And therefore, Chairperson, there is nothing illegal about that meeting. It is well within the executive authority to convene meetings of the board in whatever manner she sees fit.
You see, Chair, the minister should have just said thank you and goodbye, because her response is now triggering us to respond to her, because what she's saying is not true. But I don't want to degenerate the meeting. I thought that she's just going to say thank you and goodbye.
Okay,
But
we've
we
got
will deal with
April.
her. We are used to dealing with her. We'll deal with her.
Honorable Lonzi, we've got April coming up, where I've promised that we will set aside a full day with the NYDA. I don't want us.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to say that indeed we'll be having this meeting every year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Thank you, colleagues, for your active participation in this morning's meeting. As I said, this is the result of us not being able to have enough time today to deal with all the matters, and it is my responsibility to then ensure that we've got a proper full day meeting in April, and I will prioritize it, and I will make sure that we all get our invitations timeously, that we know which day in April it will be, so that we can make our plans and ensure that we've got a proper agenda that deals with all the items that are outstanding for today. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you, DM. Thank you, Dr. Miende. Thank you, Deputy Chair Makanya. Thank you, Honourable Members. This meeting now is adjourned. Please, I hope somebody took note of all the issues that remain outstanding and that must be submitted to us within 2 weeks. Please also go back to the recording and make sure that you answer all the questions of Honourable Members in writing, and also Honourable Kaula's issues will follow. I would like to say goodbye to all the guests that are not members of this portfolio committee, because members of the portfolio committee have to remain behind just for 10 minutes. So can all the other colleagues please let me also thank the CEO, if I didn't already thank him, for the presentation and for his inputs. I'm sorry, I did thank you earlier, CEO. Please, can we now ask all honourable members to stay behind while we excuse our guests?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Miende. Thank you to your team.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll see you in April. We'll communicate early about the dates. It will be at Parliament.
Okay.
Honourable members, Ms. Abrams, can I quickly ask that you deal with the matters? We owed the committee feedback on HR, on SSA legal opinion. If you can just quickly deal with this matter. Members have to go to the House, and I'm sure they are anxious to know what our process of Friday delivered in terms of the top 10. So let's just quickly deal with those matters. I don't want to delay members any further.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members. In terms of HR, there were 2 pending reports. These have come through, and the committee is in receipt of it. The Secretariat had sent the reports for each member. Chairperson, there was also a request to legal services on the matter pertaining to SSA. Ms. Arnold from Legal Services had responded via email, and the Secretariat had sent that particular email to members. Chairperson, would you just like me to go through those particular matters?
Yes, please.
On the email?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Sure. Chairperson, just to highlight, what Ms. Arnold had indicated. So in terms of Section 7 of the Act, which looks at disqualification, the person is disqualified from being appointed to the board or from remaining a member if such a person has been convicted of a gender-based violence and femicide-related offence, or 2, any other criminal offence and sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine. So from the report, it is not clear that the committee didn't have sufficient information based on what SSA disclosed, that the candidate has not been convicted of a GBVF offence. 7A provides for disqualification not only for GBV offences, but also if the person has been convicted of any other criminal offence and sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine. So those are the 2 grounds of disqualification in respect of the convictions. Ms. Arnold then just continues around the matter pertaining to the criminal conviction, and in terms of what was stated in the SSA, it noted there was a possible parole violation. So while there is a possibility that parole was violated, which is not final, the fact the candidate is out on parole is also an issue. Ms. Arnold then outlines what is noted in the Correctional Services Act in terms of parole. She then notes that in order to ascertain whether the disqualification exists in terms of 7A, the committee will require the following information and must then apply its mind to the information that in respect of the offence that the candidate was sentenced, that it was indeed not a GBVF offence, and that 2, that there was no that there was not the option of a fine, and 3, that there is finality. In other words, no appeals are pending. Furthermore, Ms. Arnold also noted that in terms of question 19 on the application form, it appears that the candidate would have been required to answer not only in relation to whether there is a GBVS offence, but also in relation to any other offence for which the candidate is out on parole. And then with respect to privacy, Ms. Arnold notes the matter in relation to privacy, that the committee should deal with this information of the possibility of a parole violation or any other offence. Having looked at the report and also having discussed this with other colleagues, she was of the view that the information should be disclosed by the committee in its next meeting, in its report, and that while Section 714 of the Constitution provides that everyone has the right to privacy, and that it includes the right to protection against the unlawful collection, retention, and dissemination of personal information. While an argument may be to err on the side of caution and not disclose the candidate's details and the fact that the candidate is wanted for possible parole violation, the cautious approach appears to be rather to disclose this information. So therefore, she notes and then cross-references the POPI Act, and then outlines also the matter in terms of the Constitutional Court in Corruption Watch versus the Speaker. In terms of concluding information and commentary to the committee, that while Section 26 of FOPIA provides for prohibition on processing of personal information, which includes the criminal behaviour of a data subject to the extent that such information relates to the alleged commission by a data subject of any offence, Section 26 is subject to Section 27, which allows for processing where there is consent, and processing is necessary for the establishment, exercise, or defence of a right or of obligations. She also cross-references 33(1) of the POPIA Act. Additionally, this should be understood contextually in light of the Constitutional Court that has found Parliament wanting in respect of POPIA versus the right to privacy. It follows, therefore, that to make a sound recommendation in respect of the shortlisted candidates, the committee's actions would have to be rational. Rationality, in my view, would be disclosing this information as provided for by SSA as it pertains to this candidate in the same way any other qualifications or disqualifications would be disclosed by the committee namely openly. And she ended, "I trust the above information is of assistance to the committee." So that in a nutshell, Chairperson, gives the feedback we received from Ms. Arnold from in relation to the SSA finding and the opinion in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abrams. Colleagues, so then in terms of the legal advice that we have been provided, I must make the following announcement that the SSA provided us with a report that indicated that candidate Mbobo has got is possibly wanted, has got a possible parole infringement, and this has got to do with reckless or negligent driving. And if this candidate is to reach the top 10, it will be our responsibility as the committee to get more information with regards to this possible infringement or possible parole infringement. So I wanted to put that on record that if the candidate is to make the top 10, we would have to then look further into these allegations and get further details in this regard. Having said that, colleagues, I then want to tell you, following the scoring of candidates on Friday, I'm going to read into the record the top 10 names that will be recommended by this committee should you adopt the report, which will then follow. The top 10 candidates, in no particular order, is as follows. It is Mr. I think the correct way to pronounce the surname is Dimema, Dr. B. Numalo, Ms. T. Morimane, Ms. K. Mutlautse, Mr. Anele A. Siswana, Ms. L. Ramalepe, Ms. C. Peters, Ms. A. Ndlovu, Dr. Z. Dangor, and Ms. S. Klongwa. Colleagues, this was the outcome of your scoring of candidates on Friday. I will now hand over to Ms. Abrams to take us through the full report that they have prepared for us, whereafter I will take your hands, honourable members. Over to you, Ms. Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yolanda, if I can just share the report, please. Thank you. We can close the one. There we go. Thank you, Chairperson and members. What we have on the screen is the draft report for the committee on the filling of vacancies for the National Council on Gender-Based Violence Board. Just to highlight that now that they're having considered the referral by the Speaker that was ATC'd on 8 November, the committee to recommend candidates for appointment. The report is as follows. The introduction highlights information pertaining to the Act, when that came into law and when that was proclaimed. And it also outlines what the requirements are in terms of the Act as a statutory body and what that entails. And that in terms of Section 6, the Act provides the President must, whenever it becomes a necessary appointment, members of the board from civil society and the private sector from a list of persons recommended by the National Assembly by way of resolution with supporting vote of the majority of the members of the Assembly. Chairperson, in the interest of time, number 2 outlines the committee's process and procedure that the committee had met on the 16th of September to look at the advertisement, online application and project plan. What members see up ahead is an indication of the members that were part in terms of listed, Ms. van der Merwe, Choke Adonis, Shabangu, Totsetsi, Pulwani, Khanele, Mbiko, Peterson, Mailola, Ms. Mkhunu, and Dr. Letlape as an alternate member. 2.1 outlines the public participation process. Again, just to reiterate, it was the referral was via numbers on the 8th of November to the committee to look at starting the process and recommending candidates. The committee received input by the legal advisor on the 18th of November in terms of the legal parameters. The advertisement went out on the 5th of October and the closing date was the 7th of November. A total of 403 applications, which was online, email and hand delivered. We noted that there were duplications as well as applications received after the closing date. On 4 December, the committee adopted the shortlisting criteria, decided to shortlist 18 in compliance with the POPI Act. The curriculum vitae of 18 candidates as submitted by candidates were published on the parliamentary website for public comments between 9 December and 31 Jan. The committee received a significant amount of public comments, having published all the CVs. In terms of the shortlisting criteria, the minimum criteria for appointments as set out in section 6.5 and the disqualifications in terms of section 7 highlights the issues of being a fit and proper person, applicable knowledge, expertise, and reflect the demographics and geographical spread. Section 7 outlines the disqualification. And then of the total number of 312 applications, excluding the duplications, the committee met on 4 and 5 December to conduct shortlisting for interviews. The committee resolved to shortlist 18 candidates for interviews. And then in terms of the candidates' curriculum vitae, it was published on the parliamentary website on 9 December. As indicated again, for verification of academic qualifications and security clearance, all shortlisted candidates were subjected to an academic qualification verification check and security clearance. Just to reiterate, the academic qualifications for 16 with 1 were received, 1 candidate having no formal qualifications, but disclosed that there were certificates of attendance. Another candidate had not submitted the request for additional documentation. For SSA, the committee received a report for all candidates, and as chairs noted, there was a particular matter raised in terms of 1 particular candidate. In terms of the interview guidelines and process, the interview guidelines were adopted in terms of there were structured questions and focused on the candidate awareness, establishing conflict of interest, knowledge, sector knowledge, experience in GBV, and good governance principles. Those interviews were 40 minutes and members were allowed to ask follow-up questions. The interview process commenced on the 3rd of Feb and was completed on the 5th. 15 were done in person and 3 were approved for virtual interviews. Again, just to highlight in terms of the committee's recommendations, and the following 10 candidates, and these are in alphabetical order. Again, for the record, it was Dr. Dango, Ms. Shlongwa, Mr. Tila Ndimema, Dr. Ard Matibe, Ms. Morimani, Ms. K. Mutlaatsi, Ms. A. Ndlovu, Ms. V. Ngumalo, Ms. C. Peters, and Mr. A. Siswana. The committee deliberated and agreed to recommend the top candidates based on their performance during the interviews, skills and experience, and demographic profile. The above list is representative of the demographics and geographic spread. The committee noted and recommended in its recommendations, which include gender parity, women and disabilities, as well as representation from civil society and the private sector. Just to provide some insights into the demographics, of the total of 10, 2 males, 7 females, 1 non-binary. In terms of race and gender, 2 Black African males, 5 Black African females, 1 non-binary Black African, 2 coloured females, which brings us to a total of 10. In terms of province, The majority was from the Gauteng province, with 2 from KwaZulu-Natal. Sorry, there's a typo there, Chair. I'll just correct immediately. It's 1 candidate from the Free State and 1 candidate from the Western Cape. I just need to, if I can just ask Tasneem just to double check the provinces for me, please, so that we have an accurate reflection. And then I'll come back in a moment to that, if Chair would allow me. In terms of disability, 1 Black African female with a disability, and the Free State, from the Free State has also been recommended. Just in conclusion, the Portfolio Committee adhered to the call by the President to nominate suitable persons to be appointed by the country's first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The committee would like to assure citizens that it has strived to comply with all sections of the Council of the NCGBVF Act. The recommendation of candidates for the appointment to the board. The committee is confident that all candidates recommended for the appointment with an understanding of the council's mandate are passionate about tackling the scourge of GBV. They are indeed representative of civil society and the private sector with a wealth of experience, knowledge and skills. We'd also like to thank all the candidates for making themselves available. Furthermore, the good work done by the support staff is acknowledged and commended. Chairperson, if I can just double check on the province in one moment, and then I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll allow Tasneem to come in if she's ready.
Yes, Chair. I shared it. Thank you, Chair. I shared the information in the chat. It's 5 candidates from Gauteng, 2 from KZN, 1 from Northwest, 1 from Free State, 1 from Western Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Those amendments will be made. Colleagues, can I see whether any of you have got any comments on us finalizing the work or any comments on the report? Are you happy? Are you unhappy? Can I take any hands? Are you still with me, colleagues? Are you still with me? Honorable Kanile.
Chairperson.
Honorable Chauke Adonis and Honorable...
It's Honorable Chauke. Apologies, Chairperson, I'm unable to mute myself.
Okay, let's start with Honorable Kanile and then come to you, Honorable Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I don't have any questions or comments on the reports. I therefore propose that we adopt the reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanile. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and apologies, I meant that I was unable to raise my hand. Chairperson, just appreciating the presentation of the report that has been given to us. One would want to find out if we would be able to get what the scorings were for our top 10 candidates that are proposed, and I would then agree and support for us to adopt the report. So I would second the proposal made by Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip. Thank you very much, Honorable Kanile. Because we are protecting the personal information and the scoring is part of that, but we will definitely allow you to get in touch with Ms. Abrams and she will assist you in that regard. Colleagues, this has been a very long road. We started the beginning of this year with presentations about budget pertaining to this council. We had several engagements about a committee bill to remedy the defects as it pertains, for example, to the payment of the civil society component. Ultimately, we shortlisted the very best candidates and we interviewed them and we've concluded this process, and I can only say thank you to all of you. I will definitely make sure that I keep you updated on our group in terms of when this report will be tabled to the National Assembly, considering that I've made it my commitment before that we would try and push this to be finalized as soon as possible. But I'm very happy to then announce that we have finally completed the work around the proposed candidates that we will table to the National Assembly and to the President to be recommended, candidates to be recommended for our very first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Colleagues, I can only say thank you for your hard work. We are completely out of time as you have to now go to the sitting of the National Assembly. We will keep in touch. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for your hard work, and we will communicate in terms of the tabling of the report on the NA program. Thank you, colleagues. The meeting now is adjourned.